shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice watching fire, a light on its dawn. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fed. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow in compare. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, sharpened and clear, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord will give his bid on his growl, rips through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, Shneako keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm making the chaos of found with pretend. Strong against the darkness, rising in defense. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Now you're head to the beast that patrols the dawn. Sentinel of reason with the ball-crushing block. If his bull runs a deep, the shadows will consume. The world cracks open, usher it down. So read the command, don't deploy a call. If you know what's good, feed Morty the overlord.
All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Shout out to everybody who we got. Craig in the building. Arresting developments. I know arrested development, but not too sure. We're going to have to check that out. Shout out to Batshit Crazy. Change it up a little bit. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. We got King Nirvana. Likes that thumbnail. You like the thumbnail, or do you just like Dave Smith? Either way, you are going to be happy. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. If you just saw, I was live for a second to try out all the, the sounds and stuff. It always echoes. And of course, I email StreamYard, and they're like, oh yeah, just send us a stream where it happened. And so I went on my laptop upstairs. I was hitting all the things.
How about that?
And they didn't echo. Like, why is it always when I want to... Why is it always when I want to make the sorry, I'm not set up here. What am I doing? Okay, hold on. Why is it always when I want to, give evidence of what I'm talking about that it never works? It's that same old thing. It's that same old thing where the something's wrong with the car or something. You try to show whoever, and then as soon as you show them, then there's no problem. It's like I swear there was an issue here. Shout out to Futo. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. So I did get that set up. So I figured, why keep y'all waiting? Let's get the party started. I can say you be fibbing, and that's why. That's what they're making it seem like I am. And for months, how long? How long has it been? If you've been here for a while, you know, for months, I've been talking about this issue, and it's frustrating because I can't get, like the compression that happens with the song in the beginning. That's not supposed to happen. You know, they have the thing here to play it here. But that goes too, right? So I don't know. Shout out to Murphy's Law. Whatever can go wrong will go wrong. Shout out to Insight of the Ages. Welcome to the party. So Dave always has a good point, but we won't know for a while. Yeah, and his take on Venezuela kind of had me like, is he just too libertarian in the sense that everything gets boiled down to, that's aggression? And so it's like, stepping back a little bit. But, oh shit, I fucked this up. Sorry. Nope. Oh my goodness. I should have taken an extra second to get ready here. But yeah, I don't like how it's, just so simple, but at the same time, he does have a lot of good points. So he's here with, Sneako and this dude. All right. The goal should be fixed now. All right, that bought you some time before the after party. And so again, remember, guys, that we run for as long as the timer goes on the stream goal. If you're a member, then you can kick off the Discord, only the Discord members party, or we can hang out and do whatever. And of course, every donation comes with a treat for Morty, and every $2 equals another push-up that my puny ass has to do at the end of the stream. All right, so let's dive right in. It was Sneako, of all people, who brought together Dave Smith and this guy, Professor Jiang. I'm not too familiar with him, but he does certain types of modeling. So to try to help him, predict the future. It's like, it's not a crystal ball or anything, but pretty interesting. So I caught some of it. As you guys know, I like to jump through to make sure we got something good, but I want to react to it as fresh as I can. So I don't know exactly what we've got here. Before we dive in, Insight said, war equals bad is the primary thought process. Who knows what blowback will look like? Right. And the frustration for me is, like, obviously war is bad. Obviously war is bad. And so when you try to make that your headline, it's like, yeah, we understand that. Nobody wants, of course, there's people who want to go, but in terms of the voting public, nobody wants to go to war, but there are different reasons to decide this is worth it or this is not worth it. And so very obviously, Dave and company are not in favor and call this a war of choice. What do you guys think? Let's dive right in. As always, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
That I think is doable, but then the differences between the Protestants and the Orthodox is something that is actually a lot harder to reconcile. Oh, there he is.
Hey, what's up, guys?
There he is.
Can you hear us all?
Hey,
everything good? You sound loud and clear.
Okay, cool. Just making sure. Hey, man. I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, everything's fine.
This is right after when Sneako got punched on the street. Just bam, knocked out.
Good. Thanks for asking earlier. Dave Smith did text me. But this conversation is extremely important. I'm glad you guys made the time to come on here. It seems like
you guys, we don't have to do it. It's over. Trump just said we won. So this is over. Let's get out of here. Dude, I
believe this was recorded 1 week ago. 1 week ago as of today.
I think the 8th time you declare victory and it's over, that means it's officially over. So we're good, guys.
Well, what did he say this time? Because he's declared victory time and time again over the last several weeks.
Well, it's not so he recorded an interview with
Should I turn this up a little bit, or is it good?
Maria Bartiromo from Fox News, and I think it's supposed to air, I believe, at 6 a.m. tomorrow. But then she gave she announced that he has declared the war is over. It's just it's the most Trumpian thing ever. Yeah, I guess if you just say it, then it's real.
Bush did have the mission accomplished thing.
So was this a true social post? What I saw from yesterday, Trump was saying that he was not actually portraying himself as Jesus. It was being a Red Cross doctor. Did you see this?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
No,
Does anybody buy that? Does anybody buy that? Did anybody not think that Trump was like, oh yeah, this is going to be great? And then backlash. And he's like, oh no, I'm just a doctor. Does anybody believe that?
it's an honest mistake, of course. Yeah.
So I'm not sure how much you two know about each other. I think this is going to be an interesting conversation. Well, I think the major similarities and what's most important is that you're both anti-Iran war, correct?
Yeah, we're both anti-war. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been following Dave for a long time. I'm a huge fan of his, and I am mostly aligned with his libertarian beliefs.
Oh well, I appreciate that, and that's good to know. I know I saw your I saw your interview on Breaking Points, and then I've seen a couple other things that were just going viral of your predicting the war and stuff like that. And yeah, that prediction certainly came true.
A lot of them came true. Trump winning, this Iran war happening, the desalination plants. But yeah, Dave, you texted me earlier because I think you did well in those Piers Morgan debates. The first one was pretty funny, the memo. The second debate was an actual debate.
Well, some Christians, there's some people who are diehard Christians, so they say, but their religion is really Trump.
Jeez.
So I think the purpose of these conversations is maybe having more dialogue rather than the screaming matches you see on Piers Morgan. Do you have any, well, maybe let's just see, what are the major points of contention that you two have seen from each other's rhetoric?
Oh, I don't know. The professor would have to say, I'm not sure if there are
Mogged. He's like, I don't know who the fuck this guy is.
points of contention. But by the way, I will just say, even on those Piers Morgan debates, I always go in to just like, let's talk about these issues. That's what I really care about, and I'd like to have a conversation.
Go in, build the goodwill, and then when they're the asshole, you can match energy.
And persuade people. And my general rule is always like, if people are respectful, that's who I am. I'm like naturally kind of a polite, pleasant person. But then I guess I'm also very ready to be vicious at the drop of a dime if someone else is vicious to me. So even on Piers Morgan, I've had some really good ones. The last two just happened to be kind of goofy and, went off the rails. But maybe the professor could say what, if anything, he thinks maybe I'm getting wrong or I'm missing or something like that.
There's nothing?
Right. So, yeah, no. I think
Nope. We all love each other. Thanks for hanging out. Bye.
one contention that we could discuss is, I think there's a lot of belief that this war is personality driven, or it's interest driven, meaning, it's either Trump.
And we just covered Andrew being on trigonometry, and I was saying how, it's very clear that Andrew Wilson is not a serious person in terms of trying to push his ideology. He's looking to be the person to push that ideology. If he had the choice, then he could snap his fingers, and magically, America was a Christian nationalist country, but he no longer was needed, and nobody paid attention to him because he'd just be like, this is what it is. I highly doubt he would snap his fingers and give us Christian nationalism. I highly doubt it.
Being an imperialist or being crazy, or it's Israel, and Netanyahu controlling things behind the scenes. And the argument I would make is that it's much more structural, that if you study history, macro history, we have seen this pattern before, where as an empire declines, it starts these imperialist wars overseas that do not benefit itself in the long term. But it's driven by hubris, it's driven by structural forces as well. So I think that's one area of contention that we can discuss.
That's interesting. I mean, there certainly is a lot of truth to that. And there's even when you study like in the fall of the Roman Empire, when they were just diluting their gold coins, there's almost like a one-to-one metaphor for money printing. You know what I mean?
Not good.
Okay, we're doing ours on computers and stuff. And certainly the dynamics of crushing debt, expanded military, cultural decay. There's a lot for sure. I guess I
just dropped a poll, guys. Very vague, and we'll narrow it down as the stream continues. But I am in favor of the war with Iran. Agree or disagree?
Say I don't think those things are necessarily in conflict. I think there are all of those structural issues, and then there are also the personalities involved, and there are also the financial incentives. And so I'm certainly not opposed to I think that's true, basically, that we are in this kind of collapsing empire mode that has happened before in human history. Also, look, I mean, the Israel lobbies, essentially their sole purpose for the last 25 years has been to get this war. I mean, a few others along the way, but they've been pushing for this one forever. And this, of all the wars, it's almost like the most open and shut slam dunk. If you...
Sorry.
you were prosecuting a trial for murder, we'd have more than enough to put every Likud member, in jail for the rest of their lives. And so, that does tend to be my focus. And maybe that is a little bit more narrow than looking at the broader kind of cyclical, history rhyming patterns.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Well, Dave, don't you hate America? I saw Ben Shapiro just responded to the conversation I had with Professor Jiang and Alexander Dugin yesterday, and he said he's exposing Sneako. There's a title, and I haven't got the chance to watch the video yet, but the narrative is that I hate America, which I saw he said about you. You publicly said that you'll debate him. I'll debate Ben Shapiro as well. Do you not?
Look, I'm just saying, okay, if you don't think that Israel is the greatest thing ever in the world, then you're just an idiot, okay? And, you can hide behind just being a comedian. And, I get you're going to say, debate me. No, okay, no.
How's that for a Ben Shapiro impression?
Hate America by opposing the Israeli lobby, Dave?
Oh, it's all so ridiculous, man. It's like all of my opposition to all of these foreign conflicts is out of a love for America, and particularly out of a love for America, the America that I grew up in the 1980s and 90s, which is a much different country, and I believe a much better country than the one we live in today. And not that this is the entire reason for that, but a huge part of it, of what degraded this country, was the global war on terrorism. It totally bankrupted us, not just financially, but I believe spiritually. I think there's a real spiritual aspect to these things. And even let's say from the perspective of, say, a real traditional conservative, let's say you're an American conservative. When did you lose the culture? This is in the 1960s, when we were fighting the war in Vietnam for specific reasons.
Okay, he's saying if as of the people who had that dominant culture, when did that change? And yeah, definitely in the 60s.
You start doing these, your government starts doing these type of evil things. It affects even the ability of conservatives to have a voice in the room.
I agree. I mean, as somebody who doesn't necessarily I definitely have a spiritual life, but I don't believe in, religion and any of that kind of stuff. But I do think that when we see this level of, just take one aspect of being able to see all the videos of dead kids and rubble and all that stuff, and being able to see that, you get, it's going to have an effect on you. And I am not somebody who would say it eats away at your soul, but yeah, sounds about right.
They hey, no, we want to keep Americanism and this whole tradition. When that whole tradition is what? Slaughtering babies? It just it leads to this moral decay in a country. Obviously, it bankrupts the country financially. And no, it's just ridiculous. If I hated America, I would support all of these wars. If I really hated America and really wanted to destroy it, I would be the biggest cheerleader of Benjamin Netanyahu. So again, these are infantile, childish arguments, and it's the same ones that the Warhawks always throw out. Oh, if you don't support this, you hate America. And then
you want the troops to die.
Started this, so now we got to finish it. It's all this, I always thought.
What is going on? There's a little delay here, but that is what we call the sunk cost fallacy. This is a big thing with gamblers. I'm so far deep that now I gotta win. Whether it's, I'm due for a win, or I've lost so much money, I can't stop now. Sunk cost fallacy. You'll see it in people who are doing home renovations as well, where it's okay, you wanted to do this, and that now needs plumbing, and we got to get the electrical. And at a certain point, at a certain point, you're far enough where it's all right, I mean, this was generally a mistake, but we're too close to the end. But before that, it's okay, let's just fix what we did, instead of sinking more, throwing good money after bad.
Neoconservatives were fundamentally unserious people.
Well, Professor Jiang, what would you respond to that criticism if they're going to say that you're a pro-Chinese, anti-American commentator, you hate this country? Especially, I think people start to believe that when Dave says something like the American empire is collapsing. But accurately looking at the state of finances, for example, we are $39 trillion in debt. Trump, in his rhetoric, he's alienating everybody. He's attacking the Pope. This seems like it's repeating patterns within history where empires have fallen. So how do we talk about this without being anti-America?
I think that having this discussion is inherently American. The whole idea behind America was, well, fuck the way the government is treating us. We're going to do it ourselves. And so that's as Dave said, that's such a common neocon Warhawk thing. that, oh, you don't, you must hate America. But no, it seems like you, the people who are trying to erode our personal spiritual prowess, as well as the actual lives of people and the money that it takes, seems like you hate America.
I'm primarily interested in game theory and the capacity of game theory to make predictions about the future, right? So I'm interested in having a discussion about what drives human events and why do we do what we do. And if we have a serious discussion about this, I think this gives us a better understanding of who we are, and it allows
You guys know what game theory is, right?
us to better control our future and develop a future that is more fit, more healthy for our children. So that's my primary purpose. And I make predictions as a way to validate my understanding of how the world works, these theoretical models. So that's why I'm interested in having these discussions, primarily as a way for myself to doubt and debate my own models and to explore different possibilities. So I don't see myself as having a political leaning. I'm probably libertarian if I were to classify myself. But I can see the perspective of like different sides. I'm completely sympathetic to the viewpoint of people like Ben Shapiro and Mark Levine, even though some people.
I mean, what is going on? Yeah, I mean, it's not that hard to see. If all you care about is Israel, then that's where their ideas come from. It's internally logical. It's just bullshit.
Would find their views abhorrent. So, for example, one argument that they would make in private that they could not make in public is an empire in its nature is an evil thing, but an empire brings tremendous status, tremendous prosperity to the people within the imperia. And so the question is, are Americans happy with Russia or China being a top dog in the world, meaning that Russia and China can control the United Nations?
Yeah, that's the antidote, right, to the aspect of America World Police. Like, we don't want to be America World Police. It's not our problem. Da 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 da. Absolutely, America first. But if we're not going to be the world police, somebody is. And would you rather America World Police, Russia World Police, or China World Police? I don't know. Shout out to Dylan Soup. Welcome to the party, sir. Very good to see you.
World, meaning that Russia and China can control the United Nations, control terms of trade, control the WTO, and basically set the agenda for humanity. And so for Russia, that could mean a much more orthodox perspective. For China, that could mean a much more communist perspective. And so the question is, would Americans be okay with either China or Russia being the empire and basically America retreating back into its continental fortress?
Mm-hmm. What are your predictions, Dave? Obviously, Professor.
Yeah, that makes it makes the question a lot different, because that's something that was never presented to me when I first was hearing about, oh, I don't want to be the world police. Again, I don't want to be world police either. But who's going to be world police? Somebody's going to take the mantle.
Jiang's channel is all about using game theory. It's called predictive history. I think one thing that you're definitely vindicated about was Venezuela. So this happened in January, and we got a lot of pushback, and we did some collabs speaking about how the Venezuela regime change and that whole invasion was just about getting my point of view was they were just trying to get oil so that they could supplement the loss of oil that would happen if they attacked Iran and they would close the Strait of Hormuz. I think you also agreed that was part of the plan.
I don't know why that's doing that. Shout out to Liberty Plus TV. So I don't even see the U.S. as being world police. They aren't enforcing laws. They're breaking them. Sounds like police to me. Welcome. And I mean, yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, that's what the police do. They hoard power and they use it to their advantage. And so that's precisely why I don't want to be doing that, because we're fucking with people. But again, the question is, who else is going to do it? Are we going to be breaking these laws and killing people in a way that's better or worse than the way that they're going to be breaking laws and killing people all over the world?
And we've been vindicated about that. And people are saying that you hate America even back then. What can we predict going forward because you got a prediction like this correct?
Well, I mean, that is not my specialty is working out models to predict the future. That is above my pay grade. And it is tough. It's a tough, there's just so many variables when it comes to human affairs, and it's hard to account for all of them. I would say, like, with a high likelihood right now, it seems to me that Donald Trump right now is kind of desperate for a gimmick to get out of this. It seems like it seems to be the case somehow, even though this is fairly hard to believe, that the Israelis convinced him, like according to that New York Times piece, it was that Benjamin Netanyahu and the Mossad convinced him that this would tank the regime and that they could get a.
I mean, I've been saying since that Bibi Netanyahu press conference, something got to Trump. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it could be. But why wouldn't it be Israel? Why wouldn't it be the Mossad?
Regime change with like an easy first strike decapitation, or at least claim they got one, as they did in Venezuela. And obviously none of that is true. But I would say at this point, right, if you just kind of like look at the stated goals of the war, so it would be destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities, even though they already claimed that they obliterated them 7 months ago. It would be now 0% enriched uranium, so recovering the enriched uranium, destroying their intercontinental ballistic missiles, destroying their support for Hezbollah, destroying their ability to shoot protesters or whatever, the 100,000 that they shot in a day or whatever.
Not
and
really.
Now we have a whole new war aim that we didn't.
I'm just gonna push through it. I'm gonna push through it because I'm gonna get mad. But all of those things, all of these seem to be, oh, this is why we have to. No, this is why we have to do it. No, this is why we have to do it. And I don't necessarily think that any or all of those reasons are wrong or necessarily untrue. But it's very confusing to try to figure out I don't know what side I'm on because I don't know what's happening. You said this, and now you're saying that, and now you're saying this, and now you're saying that. And I'm expected to be on a side of it and say, no, we don't want to do that because of X, Y, Z. Or, yes, we do want to do that because of ABC. And you keep changing the story.
Have at the beginning of the war, which is getting the Strait of Hormuz opened. The prospect of any of those things happening seems pretty slim. Perhaps the Strait of Hormuz, you could work out a deal where, like, if you quit right now, the Iranians would go, all right, we'll take that opportunity. We flexed. Let us try to recover a little bit. Obviously, they have taken a lot of damage, and they're dealing with those issues. But that it was the only one that seems plausible. And that was the status quo before the war. So there's no way, so essentially what you're looking at here.
So we're the point that Dave is making is, even if the reasons that we were given to get into this war are legitimate, then everything that was said before that was to prevent all of this was bullshit, because that's where we're at, right where we started.
Is just an unquestionable loss. Like, however you want to phrase it, I think it's the best case scenario is that somehow Donald Trump can get out of this and it's just clearly a loss, in which case I think he's destroyed his presidency, handed the country back over to the Democrats, and we're all right back at square one of essentially having to oppose the insane progressives.
I don't know what happened. Like I said, something happened. But he just decided, it seems, that he was like, oh, well, I'm fucked. May as well do whatever I'm going to do. Not saying he's just just being flippant in what he wants. It does seem like he has very clear goals, even if he doesn't have clear plans. But he's like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about the people anymore. I'm just gonna do what I'm gonna do. They hate me anyway, and I can't run again, so fuck it. That's what it seems like to me.
And then, of course, the worst case scenario is that he's not able to get out of this. And that I'm not going to make a prediction one way or the other. I think both of them there's a strong chance of either of those outcomes, especially when you got the Israelis in there who are going to continue to do everything they can to keep the Americans in as long as they can.
Shout out to Jason. Welcome to the party. So I'm still not voting Democrat, but Trump really fucked us. Yeah. And it's been a slow drip with some big moments, and each one of those moments is a big hit to the reputation, at least the personal, the view of the reputation of Trump. And you can only chip away at it so much before it doesn't matter that you're better than Kamala. Like, yeah, okay, that's the starting point of the conversation. But you're still fucking us. Shout out to Average Debate Enjoyer. Welcome to the party. Be debating on the Raging Tomato with him in a couple weeks. So there's a strong chance of both of those outcomes, meaning Smith said nothing, so he's never accountable because he never said anything. I think that's, that's fair, but this is, maybe you jumped in right after I was saying this, but I think that's the correct position to be. I'm not going to predict, but based on this, I think that, and that. He was just saying about how there were all these different excuses, I'll say, for the war. And as somebody who doesn't, I don't know that well. I know more than, the average person because this is what I do. But the average person doesn't know what the fuck is going on in Iran. And so how are we supposed to come out on the right side if the story keeps changing? Shout out to Lone Wolf and Cub. Welcome to the party. I think no matter who was president, you're going to have a war with Iran. Yeah, definitely. And that's why that, what Jason's saying, still not voting Democrat. It's not like that would have been better, but that doesn't mean that we can't complain about what's not good. Welcome.
Tolerate what
do you say?
they can to keep the Americans in as long as they can tolerate what they're getting back from Iran.
Seems like that his only support base now are hardcore Zionists. He's alienated everybody else. He alienated Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, Alex Jones.
What do you guys think of the whole Tucker Carlson thing? I was of the opinion the last time we talked about him, I don't remember where he came up, but I thought he was, saying what he really believed, and over time his opinions were changing. But recently he had a quick shift, and it's got my skeptical hippo eyes. What are you doing over there, Tucker? What are you doing over there, brother?
Now Catholics, he's attacked the Pope, saying that the Pope is a weak on crime. So because there's a very strong negative sentiment with the current administration, because he is alienating so many people, there's a lack of leadership. And a lot of people, if they look at what's happening and seeing how ridiculous the parameters of this war are, how can we move forward the correct way without more acts of borderline civil war, which we saw in Minnesota with the ICE attacks? How do we...
Shout out to Glow and Dark. Welcome to the party. Said a little war never hurt nobody. I'm gonna respectfully disagree. Welcome to the party.
Keep the temperature in this country correct to elect the right people and get the sentiment here and prevent massive protests like Vietnam and get people to distrust this country. I want to start with Professor Jiang as over there from China. How do you think we can fix this?
Right.
Okay,
so
he is
again,
from China. So it's not just Chinese. He's out there with the CCP.
and I look at macro history, and the reality is that America is addicted to the petrodollar. It's addicted to money printing. It's addicted to the world consuming U.S. treasuries, buying up U.S. treasuries, which allows Americans to basically finance their pretty luxurious lifestyle. If you're an average American, you basically live better than a Roman emperor. I mean, America is really in a privileged position. And the question is, are Americans
Wait a
willing to
minute.
make
You're
the sacrifices
telling me that the kings of the Roman Empire didn't have smartphones? I don't know about that.
necessary in order to ensure world peace? So
Say more.
yesterday, I had a
Say more.
conversation with my wife, and we did a thought experiment. Because right now, the
All right. A thought experiment. Let's see.
baby
Oh my God. This is pissing me off so much.
boomer generation has the most power, the most wealth of any generation in America. So it's ultimately up to them what they want to do. And I asked my wife, let's just say we talk to the baby boomers and say, for the sake of world peace, for the sake of your children, for the sake of your grandchildren, for the sake of America, we need to charge you 50% taxes. And it's not ridiculous, a 50% tax on baby boomers. But by taxing paying 50%,
Just on baby boomers? Right. I'm not mad at that. Well, listen, I think they have more info than us, but I say that because Clinton, Obama, Biden, Trump all said Iran can't have a nuke. Kamala said preventing Iraq from acquiring a nuke is her top priority. Yeah, I think the what if Iran just sucks? I mean, it does. It does. But the question is, just because all of the people who would have been in the leadership role of president would have done this, is that the best thing to do? And is there another way to achieve the same goals? Maybe not, but help out the American people in understanding why.
50% tax. This will ensure world peace. This will ensure American prosperity. This will ensure a better future for your children. And my wife played the role of baby boomers, and she told me there's absolutely no way that I, as a baby boomer, would agree to this deal because I've got another 10, 20 years ahead of me, and I want to ensure that my life is stable, that it's prosperous, and I worked really hard for to have all this wealth in my bank account. And so that's a structural issue that I don't think can be resolved.
It doesn't stop if you click it. Yeah, that went away a while ago. They didn't change the law. They just changed the way they run the government. And this is why we hate the government. Shout out to Mango. Welcome to the party. So do they want to have a nuclear weapon? I'm going to assume is the question. And I mean, maybe not before. Maybe not before, but they definitely do now. They definitely do now. I mean, good question. I don't know for sure. But even speaking of game theory, look at the situation they're in now because they didn't have nukes before, and we were able to bomb them, and we were able to say, oh, we're going to do this and that and that and that and that and that. And we let it go, and now we're fighting with them again. So if I'm Iran, I'm like, hold on. The last time we tried to settle this without me having a nuke, you fucked me. So I definitely need a nuke. Jason said, I never heard of petrodollars until the Democrats started crying about it. So that tells me it's automatically bullshit. But bullshit in what way, though? What do you mean it's bullshit? I don't understand. Tyler said, Iran, we have known this for 20 years. Yes, if we did nothing to prevent it, they would have had it by now. And again, fair enough. But is bombing them the only way to do something?
Off because the baby boomers have all the power, they have all the wealth, they control the political apparatus. There's one demographic that actually supports this war in Iran.
Can we all agree?
There's only one demographic, and it's the baby boomers. And
that whole time it was playing after I paused it. Can we all agree that baby boomers suck?
This demographic is also the only demographic that supported Israel's actions in Gaza. So that's my concern right now.
Yeah. No, that's a really good point. And also, I mean, because to your point before, Sneako, when you're like, who's possibly supporting, Donald Trump except the Israel lobby at this point? But that's the answer. It's the baby boomers. Like, who's still watching Mark Levin's show? Who's still watching Sean Hannity? It is your...
Okay. What is the best and least offensive way to say, I think the world will be a better place when the baby boomers are gone? I'll just go with that.
Fox News watching father-in-law. Okay, well, for Sneako, maybe grandfather and something like that. I don't know. Whatever. I'm a little older. The point is, like, that's who it is. Now, also, I made this comparison the other day, but I remember one time I was watching this documentary about abortion, and they were interviewing an abortionist, like an abortion doctor. And this lady is like, she's like, listen, I've been...
Yeah, Limo said Iran obviously wanted to have a nuke, or else they wouldn't be enriching uranium past what was needed for nuclear energy. I don't think that's an oopsie poopsie. Agreed. Agreed. The best way to say that is I get my politics from the internet as opposed to where. Oh, early hungry dance? Early hungry dance. Where do you get your news from? Where do you get your politics from that's not on the internet? 2016 call, didn't need your insult back. Jason said, I served in the Middle East under 3 different presidents, and I never heard of petrodollars. Now, all of a sudden, we closed the Strait of Hormuz to make Trump look bad, and the Democrats are saying, oh my God, this is killing petrodollars. I mean, is there a question? I don't really I'm trying to grab onto what you're saying here. Like, okay, never heard of it, but it's now you know. Are you saying that it doesn't exist, or what are we what are you trying to say?
Interviewing an abortionist, like an abortion doctor, and this lady is like, she's like, listen, I've been performing abortions for 35 years, and let me tell you something, there is no moral issue with abortion. It's not a human being, it's a tiny little thing. And I remember thinking, in a way, you're like, well, yeah, you better believe that, because like the alternative to you believing that is that you believe that you are a baby serial murderer out of a nightmare. So like, yeah, you're and in a similar way,
you learn about
boomers are so invested in
I'm gonna have to restart this. That whole time I'm gonna have to restart the computer. So you're telling me that through political philosophy that's not on the internet, political ideologies that are not on the internet, tells you what is happening in Iran today?
What?
Over here, we like to listen to different opinions, not just those that already agree with what we want to hear. And so even if there is a Chinese national attacking U.S. citizens because they are pro-Israel, then we're going to listen to that and understand why we agree or disagree. Lola said, I hope you don't say you get your politics from a rain dance around a bonfire. So I'm saying, what are we talking about? Lola said they didn't get caught enriching or something. Iran was letting them do inspections. Do you think we should have gotten rid of what was that wasn't not the what am I thinking of? Not the Paris Accords, but they just called it the Iran deal, right? You think we should have gotten rid of that? What are you trying to do here? I don't know what you're trying to do. As if having a real discussion from somebody who doesn't. I don't care. I just don't care.
That they earned it honestly, that they did, you know, like even when it was just that the house they bought for $80,000 became worth $600,000.
I got to restart this.
And they took out a home equity line of credit and then invested that in the stock market, which happened to go up because they were inflating the currency.
All that time. I'm sorry, guys. This is fucking ridiculous. Give me a second. What am I doing? That. Always some fucking bullshit. Bullshit. Let's restart. Give me one sec. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec here. Okay. All right. I'm going to leave. You don't. Okay. Where? Oh. Oh my God. All right. Here we go. Give me a second here. We just gonna go. Oh, the stand fell. Of course the stand fell. Why would anything work? All right, just in case, we are at 23:31. We're at 23:31. We're just gonna give a quick restart. All right, what are you guys saying? Hey, oh, Jesus, now I'm fucking shit up. Okay. Yep, there's definitely history. Wait, so they do enrich over what is necessary for nuclear energy. True, that doesn't mean they want nukes. They want the ability to develop them as quickly as a deterrent. Well, right, but that's what we're trying to prevent. That's what we're trying to prevent, because once they have the nuke, then they're on the same level. Hold on 1 second. Yeah. We got. Okay. All right. There we go. Okay. Now it's working. There we go. All right. I'm going to switch back out. Boom. All right. Sorry about that. You know, computer be computering sometimes with that struggle stream. Oh, God. And then everything has to open up. Today is not my day. All right. Yeah, that it's kind of, yeah. What exactly does that mean? Like, they don't want nukes. They just want to have the nukes in case they want the nukes. I get that you're saying, like, they don't want to build they're not necessarily trying to build the weapon. They just want to be able to build the weapon, but we don't want them to be able to build the weapon. That's the whole point. Not to me. Doesn't matter to me. When you start screaming death to America, then no, your opinion does not fucking matter to me.
Thing they can to keep the Americans in as long as they can tolerate what they're getting back from Iran.
There's absolutely no, that's power.
Okay.
They have all the wealth. They control the political apparatus.
Right, but a deterrent for what? A deterrent for what? Because it's not just a matter of, oh, you have that, and so now your other people are deterred. Now you have the power to move things around without the nuke. They already have. Okay, so what does death to America mean to you? What do you think they are expressing when they say death to America? You're saying they don't want nukes to be a meanie; they want nukes to be a nicey. Yeah, I mean, is that Mango? That seems to be the long and short of what you're saying. If Iran had nuclear energy, they'd be an unstoppable energy powerhouse too. And whoa, holy shit! Did that didn't come through on your guys' end, right? You didn't hear the bell? Oh, okay, that was so weird. It came through here. Oh man, struggle streaming to the max today. Jesus Christ. But yeah, that gives them a lot more power other than just we can nuke you. Now it is a vessel for power in general. So we don't want that. Shout out to Little Toes. Welcome to the party. So if they got their hands on it, they would use it ASAP. I don't see why not. I don't see why not. They bombed 9/11 surrounding countries since what? I have not heard of Operation Huge Nuts. I'm not familiar with that one. ADE said, went from eugenics politics of wishing death on 40 million Americans to siding with them in minutes. Boomers for the win. Well, that's exactly what we don't want. Stand on business. If you're about, genocide, then be about it. Is what he tweeted or whatever? Was that not genocide? I ain't about that. Are you? Yeah, yeah. And I'm willing to put that on. I'm willing to say that this is a fair. No, hold on. It is a fair assessment to say no. You can't do. Don't let the. They won't do that. Ignore them and listen to me. But that is what the policy was with the 12-day war, and so that that changed the way that they were thinking about this. And so now, because they've already been attacked, what reason would they have to not want to rise up their defenses, whichever way you want to put it? Some people.
Baby boomers have all the power. They have all the wealth. They control the political apparatus. There's one demographic that actually supports this war in Iran. There's only one demographic, and it's the baby boomers. And this demographic is also the only demographic that supported Israel's actions in Gaza. So that's my concern right now.
Yeah. No, I think that's a really good point. And also, I mean, because to your point before, Sneako, when you're like, who's possibly supporting, Donald Trump except the Israel lobby at this point? But that's the answer. It's the baby boomers. Like, who's still watching Mark Levin's show? Who's still watching Sean Hannity? It is your Fox News watching father-in-law. Okay, well, for Sneako, maybe grandfather and something like that. I don't know. Whatever. I'm a little older. The point is, like, that's who it is. Now, also, I made this comparison the other day, but I remember one time I was watching this this documentary about abortion.
Yeah, but Mango, this is so naive. What do you mean? Where's the proof of intention? Again, I bring you back to death to America. I bring you back to the fact that they are willing to bomb everywhere else with the weapons that they have. So you don't need proof, because they're not going to say, "Dear America, just to make sure you know, Dear America, just to make sure you know, we are going to bomb you if we get these weapons. So do with that information what you will. That's not how it works. The words they clearly state over and over. That's it. Yeah. That's what do you again, Mango? I'll ask you again. What do you think they mean when they say death to America? Fine. They don't say death to Americans. Fair enough. What do you think they mean when they say death to America? It's just a little baby. Just an innocent little baby. They don't know any better. Yeah, that's why I keep asking you. In Fallujah, we took insurgent prisoners. They were yelling vengeance for the Crusades repetitively. They were Iranian and Palestinians and still really pissed about the Crusades. And when you understand that these people, like, it's one thing to be like a hardcore Christian, you know, like, oh, I'm really about that life. That is so much lower than the amount of fervor that real jihadi Muslims have for their faith. It's not some game to them. It is all that exists. And so when they very clearly state that they want to end the secular world, they want to end the secular world, even if it means they go too, because they get their 72 virgins. Shout out to Quality and Deference, because vagina. Over on Rumble, welcome, said liked and share. Thank you so very, very much. You guys know that stuff is free and easy. It helps out so very, very much. And it does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link that you posted just by you telling the platform that you want more people to see it. They will show it to more people. Thank you. And welcome to the party. Equality said, where does lacrimation occur? I don't know what that word means. Claudia said, death to America is a slogan, not a strategy. Iran has only ever threatened to retaliate, not attack us first. Well, we've been attacking them and giving them a reason to retaliate now. And then Claudia said, do you think if China bombed the U.S., we would hesitate to say fuck China or death to China? No. That doesn't mean that they don't want to kill us all. I'm not saying there's no line of logic where it would make sense to want to kill all Americans. I'm just saying it is what it is. Shout out to Seth. Welcome to the party. He said it was never Iran threatening us. It is Muslims. Well, that's where you get into these theocratic states. How do you differentiate? The good Muslims? Yeah. Okay. We'll see about that. There's no difficulty here to understand. If that's what you believe, then it will never end. It's not what I believe, Mango. It's what they believe. So again, I will ask you, Mango, what do you think they mean when they say death to America? What do you think that means? Just say, I think it means whatever you think it means. What do you think it means? So Mango's next chat is going to say, I think it means blank.
The other day, but I remember one time I was watching this documentary about abortion, and they were interviewing an abortionist, like an abortion doctor. And this lady is like, she's like, listen, I've been performing abortions for 35 years. And let me tell you something, there is no moral issue with abortion. It's not a human being. It's a tiny little thing. And I remember thinking in a way, you're like, well, yeah, you better believe that. Because like the alternative to you believing that
is you're a very horrible fucking person.
Is that you believe that you are a baby serial murderer out of a nightmare. So like, yeah, you're.
Yes, Mango, I am certain. So again, the question is, what do you think they mean when they say death to America? I understand, Quality, I'm not saying that out loud because I understand that, and I'm specifically asking that Mango, because he's saying, why do we think that they would even want to bomb us? Why can't we just let them have a nuke as a deterrent? That's the question on the table. And very obviously, we can't do that because they will destroy us. And so I understand that your last chat there, what they're saying. They're jealous of our freedoms. They're jealous of our freedoms. And I mean, yeah, equality is with you, Mango, saying their slogans are not indicative of them having hating American people. When you bomb people's countries, you piss them off. Again, agreed. So that means they are pissed off and want us to die. No? I'm not saying that I'm not assigning blame to whose fault it is that they think what they think, but they think what they think. Full stop. That's the point. Do they think it? I'm not interested in why they think it. I'm not interested in anything except, do they actually think this thing? And the answer is yes. They hate us because they ain't us. We got Box in the building. Welcome to the party. Said surprised by the poll totals. The toll totals. Again, being I'm in favor of the war with Iran. 64% of you agreeing. Interesting. 80E. So the origin of this issue is who backs them, who funds them. Iran was infiltrated at the government level in the 40s by the USSR. China and Russia still fund them to this day. Right, and that brings us back to the idea of I don't want to be the world police, but if we're not the world police, then somebody worse is going to be the world police. Hey, shout out to Jason getting us started. Thank you very, very much, sir. With the $2 make you holla. Yeah, that's from Jason. Thank you. They've been pissed off since the Crusades. Bingo. And that is an extremely relevant thing to them. Like to us, oh, that's so long ago. Things are so different. Those are different countries. Not to them. Carly said, no, if we stop killing them, they would stop hating us. This is not complicated in the slightest. But we already did kill them. Do you have a time machine? We're already past. I agree. If we had never done anything with them, then we would not have issues with them. But how can you say that, well, if we just stop now, then they'll be all right? Correct. That's not complicated. It's just wrong. Nukem and Jukem. Shout out to the Zilly. Welcome. History is important. And not my strongest suit. But hey, we're learning together.
That you believe that you are a baby serial murderer out of a nightmare. So like, yeah, and in a similar way, the boomers are so invested in the idea that they earned it honestly.
All right, so this is a new poll. If we cut and run from Iran, will they stop wanting to attack us? If we cut and run from Iran, they will no longer pose an issue to the U.S. Agree or disagree? I know what I think. So, Mango, we're not getting an answer there as to what you think they mean? Because I'll give you a little help from your friend on Rumble. Equality said, death to America is a statement of hatred for the U.S. foreign policy. You said something about China, right? Do you think that if China bombed the U.S., we would hesitate to say fuck China or death to China? And again, no. But then if I was Chinese, I would be worried. Because I would be part of China. So I could either get bombed, I could get sent to war, I could lose friends, I could lose family, I could lose the infrastructure that makes it so nice to live here, so on and so on and so on. So if we were in that position, if China bombed us and people started saying death to China, what reason would the Chinese people have to not be worried about that? Zilly said the 1950s, UK is losing political control of democratic Iran as people want to nationalize oil. Call the US to help. The CIA overthrow the Iran government and install religious despots to control the country. Did I miss one? In the 1980s, Iraq is a U.S. ally. Iraq is given chemical weapons to use on Iran during their war. 300,000 Iranians die from chemical weapons. And so, again, just on the basic, if we stop, they'll stop. We already did this stuff. Like I said, if we stay run, I don't know what that means. So it's jumping around for that. Recent riots, who encouraged that? Can somebody do the same thing? Okay, Mango, you got to answer the question before you get any more chats pulled up. So the first thing the IRGC and mullahs did when they took power was kidnap hundreds of U.S. citizens and declare war against us. But if we just stop, then they'll stop, right? But they'll stop, right? Come on. Quality said, if we stop killing, they will stop fighting us, of course. Will the anger dissipate instantaneously? Of course not. But the killing continuing will certainly not resolve the problem. Now, there is where we can agree. But this whole idea of us being able to just be like, all right. Like when you're fighting with your little sister, your older brother, whatever, when your kid's like, all right. I wish the world worked like that. But the world does not work like that. Okay, agreed. Okay, Why not?
Boomers are so invested in the idea that they earned it honestly, that they did, like even when it was just that the house they bought for $80,000 became worth $600,000 and they took out a home equity line of credit and then invested that in the stock market, which happened to go up because they were inflating the currency. And they're so invested in that the psychological incentive structure there for them to
so, can you say more on, because this is that's my understanding, and very clearly you called out I don't know jack shit about history. So when you say now it's a necessity, say more on that. That has to do with the does that have to do more with the more recent stuff or the stuff since the 80s? When you said Iran had no intention of ever getting nukes, at what point in time are we saying this is? 80s and 90s or more recent? I like when we get smart people here.
The psychological incentive structure there for them to accept that this was all a big con and that we were all kind of that we were in this privileged position. And the tragic thing to me in American history economically is that we really did transition from being the greatest experiment in laissez-faire free market capitalism ever to being the biggest experiment in big government, central banking, fiat currency insanity. And so
great point. So they said, how do you stop the U.S. from attacking you? Libya gave up their nuke program. Look what happened to Libya. We had all these promises with that's the Likud party shit, right? Or is that it's the Kurds, right? As you point out, I'm right there with you, bro. I'm right there with you, though. That's why we're looking at other people hosted on fucking Sneako's show. All right? But a fantastic point. Do we think that if Libya had a nuke right now that they wouldn't want revenge? They've been pissed off since the Crusades. What makes you think that us just stopping now is going to be even good? Like Quality was saying, dilly dilly to the zilly, and having enmity towards us based on what we have done. Right, what we have already done. Stop doing bad shit to them, and then time will heal wounds. I don't disagree with that, but at what point do we feel that is safe? Fox said Iran was not a threat to the U.S. It is a threat to Israel, and what Israel is doing right now will not soothe their self-induced paranoia. It will not make them safer. And so that brings yet another factor into this, that whether or not we stop doing this, that, and the other, Israel's going to do whatever the fuck they want, and we're tied to them because they're the dog that's wagging us the tail, even though it's supposed to be the other way around. It's fucking shit up. And so just drop your weapons. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. They hate a lot of things. But I'm a non-believer. It's a tongue-in-cheek thing, but yeah. So if you don't have funky stuff going on with UN aid, which is yet another layer of why it's just not that simple. Jason said, no BS. My son fast rope on the decks of 2 vessels. They redirected almost 30 vessels too. Is this in the? Are you talking about the strait, or what do you mean? So it said, that's historically been the fastest way to get into economic conflict with the U.S. The UN sends aid and it doesn't get where it's supposed to. U.S. and Russia have a proxy war. And so that's what, like, why do we think this wouldn't happen if we just stopped? Oh, damn, dilly dilly to that.
Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly.
I need to. Let me update the banner for you, brother. I need to hear why we wouldn't expect retaliation or just fighting in general. If we just cut and run and we just dipped out and we're like, all right, you guys handle this. What exactly do you think would play out?
Central banking, fiat currency insanity. And so the Americans, we were only in the position to be the second because we were the first. The whole reason why we even got, the reason why America won the First World War and the Second World War, well, aside from getting into it late and having a huge advantage in that sense that all these other powers were exhausted a bit by the time we got it, particularly World War I, totally exhausted. But then it was because we had built up the biggest productive capacity in the history of the world, and we were able to transition that into military productive capacity.
And that's why I'm saying the equality. You said the threat stops. Walk me through that. That's what you're saying. I'm saying convince me that that's what would happen. The fact that we think that jihadis, which is like, oh, they stop, we're cool now. All right, we don't need to go to heaven anymore. We don't need to follow the only reason we exist here. I mean, I definitely have a lot of blank spots with history and foreign affairs. But the fervor of Muslims is not in that hole.
And so we just dominated. You know that if you read about World War I and World War II, in many cases, the Germans had like superior machinery, but we would churn out 2,000 pieces of arm.
So they said, if the U.S. left, the petrodollar will cease to exist. The U.S. economy will crash. Iran will have a toll of $2 million per bolt and $1 per barrel fee. And so everybody else is saying, okay, that it'll take some time, but we do that. We let that happen so that the fighting stops. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but that seems to be, those of you who are saying we can just stop, that seems to be the argument, that we want to bring this on so that it stops the fighting. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'll leave it up. If you disagree that this will happen, but we should also just leave, tell me why. I say we hit them, they hit back. We stop hitting them, they stop hitting back. Again, sweetie, I wish the world was that simple. Have you never really talked to or listened to like an interview with a real jihadi? Not like your friend who goes to the mosque. Like the real deal. So it said, it was known from the beginning, whoever the U.S. sides with would win. Yep. Where are we at? Need the Strait open to keep oil's purchased in U.S. dollars, which is why the Strait is important. Petrodollar is an agreement that started in the early 70s when the U.S. and House of Saudis signed an agreement. Oil would be bought and sold only in USD, which means foreign countries are buying U.S. debt. And so again, I'm waiting. If anybody is telling me that what we have here, I'll start this. So, A, would this happen? And B, if it would happen, why is that a good thing? Do I think all Muslims are jihadis? No. That's why I specifically articulated a difference.
before they could churn out 5. Like they had the better subs, they had the better, but it didn't matter because this was America. We McDonald'sed our way into winning 2 world wars.
Yes.
And then because we were in that position, we got to call the shots on the entire global order. And so we became the global superpower, hegemon, in a bipolar world. But even then, I mean, the losses that communist Russia had taken after World War II, they just simply were not in the same position that America was. The only damage on our shores we suffered was Pearl Harbor, and that ain't even really on our shores. Russia.
And so doesn't that mean if the U.S. lets the petrodollar still go forward, Israel is the one doing all the work with Iran? And so, again, doesn't that mean if we're stopping, that doesn't mean that they're going to stop? Zilli said, you're already 40 trillion in debt, currently pay 1 trillion a year in interest. You are on pace to be 80 trillion debt in 10 years. What do you think the interest payments will be then? That's not real money. I mean, at this point.
Had been destroyed, And so,
Yes.
So again, I was waiting. Did anybody who was against this? Are you saying this will or will not happen? And if it is going to happen, why is that good?
Casualties in the tens of millions, and so then the new system became okay. Well, I mean, we had already right at the beginning of World War I created the income tax, created the central bank. We had laid the groundwork for this new order. And then essentially it became, right, like as you said, it went from first the Bretton Woods Agreement, where, okay, essentially will be the gold standard of the world, which tied every currency to our currency. Then we're going to bail on that and switch over to the petro status because we've been printing too much money to redeem anything in gold.
All right, an actual answer here. Bach said, I'm saying it is already happening, and it's not that big of a deal. The money printer is more dangerous. That's not, I mean, that's kind of what is a money print like? Yeah, there's more than one issue in the world, Box. So again, we'll go back. They said if the U.S. left, the petrodollar will cease to exist. The U.S. economy will crash. Iran will have a toll of $2 million per boat and $1 per barrel fee. Do you think this is going to happen? And if you think this is going to happen, why is that going to turn into, how is that going to turn into no fighting? That's what you guys proposed. That's what I'm asking. And conveniently, the chat's rolling. We're going to be like, somebody else will answer the question.
On that and switch over to the petro status because we've been printing too much money to redeem anything in gold. And so now we have this system where essentially, right, we don't get our wealth the good old-fashioned honest way that we used to, which did make us the wealthiest country in the world even at that time. Like we still could have just continued to build on our productive capacity and had an honest economy. And instead, the way we get our wealth now is all, like, you could look at all the wealthiest counties in America. They're all outside of Washington, D.C. and New York City.
Yep. So even though Box said it is already happening and that the money printer is a bigger deal, Tyler disagreed, said it's not happening. BRICS has been taking massive L's in the last year. Zilli maybe have been right in the if the U.S. never stepped in decades ago, but now they have no cards. And so that brings us back to exactly what I said, that, if we had never done this stuff in the first place, then they wouldn't want to retaliate. But you can't go back. What's done is done. Like in Lost, what happened, happened.
Like you could look at all the wealthiest counties in America. They're all outside of Washington, D.C. and New York City. It's like either you're in finance and you're just trading, speculating, essentially just extracting wealth out of the real economy, or you're in the suburbs of Washington, D.C. because you have some government contract, or you work for a weapons company or something like that, an NGO, something attached to the government. And if you do zoom out on this, and
like the what was it? SPLC? What was that company that was just found out they were supposed to be the like free speech, non-racist people, and they were backing the KKK? You guys know what I'm talking about, right? I think it was the right, yeah. Let's do this. Let's do this. Take a little side quest.
We're here today is to announce
You guys heard about this shit?
what the general just told you. The Southern Poverty Law Center, in a massive sweeping indictment, has been charged with allegations of fraud and using the banking system to perpetrate that fraud. I just want to talk about a couple brief things here. The Southern Poverty Law Center themselves advertise to raise money to dismantle violent extremist groups for a period of at least a decade. They use their donor network to raise money to purportedly dismantle violent extremist groups. However, the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, used the money they raised from their donor network to actually pay the leadership of these very groups. I just want to say that again. They used the fraudulently raised money by lying to their donor network, thousands
You've been saying this, or are you talking about the Iran stuff?
of Americans, to go ahead and actually pay the leadership of these supposed violent extremist groups. The groups, as the general laid out, include the Ku Klux Klan, the United Klans of America, Unite to Right, National Alliance.
Unite the Right. Remember who that was, right? Unite the Right was the Tiki torches in 2017, paid for by the SPLC.
The National Socialist Movement, the Aryan Nation Motorcycle Club, and the National Socialist Party of America.
You know, like Nazis.
And also the American Front. In at least one of these matters, our investigation revealed that funds were used to facilitate the commission of further state and federal offenses, totaling over $3 million. Furthermore, our investigation revealed that the Southern Poverty Law Center, on top of perpetuating this widespread, decade-long, multi-million-dollar fraud, conducted more criminal activity. They attempted to hide their criminal activity from our financial banking network. They set up shell companies and entities around America so that the financial institutions that we rely on as everyday Americans were deceived in believing that money was not coming from the Southern Poverty Law Center in the perpetration of this scheme and fraud, but rather fictitious entities.
Mean. This is icky when you go after people's immutable characteristics.
They stood up to perpetuate this ongoing fraud. This is a serious and egregious violation of a group that purported to dismantle.
Right. We get it. But I mean, yeah, they are funding all the bullshit. Link in the chat if you would like to view on your own. All right. So where are we at here? Quality said, of course we can't undo the past, but it's pure madness to continue doubling down on the exact thing that causes the hatred. Okay, fine. So what is the alternative? What is the alternative? They are not going to, at this point, they are not going to stop. We already fucked up too much. They are not going to stop. That is not an option for them. So what do you, what do we do? Tell me what you want to do. 8 weeks. 2 weeks to slow the spread, right? Boom, we got that. Zilly said, I never said BRICS would be the alternative. If you want to look at an alternative, the yuan, if Iran demands payments in that currency, like the Chinese one, the British pound or the euro are also viable. Never mind if they want to push some new digital currency, which why wouldn't they? I don't think you guys realize how much the world is done with America. And again, that comes back to, like, that's because we're the ones who are, at the helm of everything. It's easy to be like, oh, you're doing bad when you ain't doing shit. What country are you from, Zilly? As for the yuan, China has not been in control of the petro yuan ever. And they seem to be doing very well for themselves. Tying money to gas is not the secret sauce that keeps us all rich. Doesn't seem like it. Oh yeah, nice. Just doing what they do. They're not funding it, but what they have funded is not very chill. What are they funding? The alternative is to get out of the Middle East. Okay, and again, you just said all that stuff is going to happen if we get out. Why would I want that? Yeah, right. That's why we're frustrated. But still, I'm not hearing what else do you do? And if you say just stop, then you have to answer to all the other things that we all agreed would happen. I'm not taking the position that we do need to fight this war, and that's not what's happening here. You guys are putting out points, And I'm just questioning your points. I'm just trying to figure out what it is that you're saying fully. And nobody has given me an answer.
I'll wrap up here, but just to disclaim, because I don't want to be accused of nothing. I've got nothing against talking to any.
So if we're in a no-win situation, do we want to be in a no-win situation where we're all dead, or in a no-win situation where we're not all dead? Well, I didn't even vote for Trump, and I feel betrayed with this conflict. Yeah, a lot of us do. A lot of us do. And so that's why I could be in the position of saying, okay, well, what else? What do we do? Because it's not a. I'm not saying we have to do this because there's no other thing to do. I'm genuinely asking, what do you want us to do, and what will happen from there? And I'm not getting that answer.
Chinese person or Middle Eastern person or anything. I'm an individualist. But just to be clear, I'm a libertarian. I do not support any form of communism, whether it's the quasi-fascistic form of the CCP or any other system. I believe I'm an American for Americanism and free market capitalism. But look, I mean, it's hard not to say, someone could accuse me, I hate my country. Just calling balls and strikes here. Essentially, the deal between just say like America and China, spanning decades now, has been, you make all of our stuff and we will buy it from you. That's the working relationship. You do the production and we'll do the consumption. And oh, by the way, we're going to need you to lend us some money to do the consumption because we're dead broke and we can't afford it. And the truth is just that it is a totally just unfair deal for the world on behalf of America. But I would add the caveat to that being that the boomers were the last generation that really benefited from that whole system.
Yes.
And so, like, why is this not what you guys are saying? Obviously, he's being facetious. Why is this not what you guys are saying? How is this different from what you are saying? I said we would let them tell us. We would let them tell us how to live or what weapons or energy they can have. They have the same rights. We would let them tell us, you want Iran to tell you how to live? Yeah, you lost me.
That none of the rest of the generations are benefiting from this. And so it's not just that like, oh, we have this
I'm with Boggs. Dilly fucking dilly to Boggs. Trump has to say shit or get off the pot. Get Congress to declare war and win with a clear goal and win, or we need to roll back and figure out how to find some agreement. Now, again, I don't know what the fuck that looks like. Sounds like we all think that this is the ideal thing. You're telling me the Iranian government is run by pedophiles, Satanists, and cannibals? No, just the pedophiles. They're jihadist Muslims. They're pedophiles. Shout out to Razor Sharp. Welcome to the party. That is, I did ask about this earlier on. If anybody was for or against, did I make it a poll? Oh no, I didn't. So yeah, everybody disagrees. Can't cut and run. So the Iran nuclear deal. Should we have backed out of the nuclear deal? Because I mean, that was like, okay, Obama did it, and that one's bad, and I don't know. I'm not the foreign policy guy. I'm trying to figure this stuff out just the same way you guys are. So it's a fair point. But you get my point. We can't be looking at our government as a credible source. Fair, but we just have to. I mean, that as opposed to what? Like the government is the government is the government. It's what we got. Yes, I would much prefer that we had a government that was not full of cannibals and pedophiles, but it is.
Fair system, but it does help America. Actually, it's destroying America. It's helping the banking sector, it's helping the weapons manufacturers, and it helped the baby boomers. And so I agree with you. They're not going to change their minds, but the thing they are going to do is die. And that's coming up in the next few decades. I mean, that's already starting. Baby boomers are starting to go down.
I don't even know about. I mean, is there a way that we can just redress all of the ally deals that we have and be like, all right, too much. We're going to rank them and we're going to hold the 60% of them, but the bottom 40%, you're done.
And so I'm just saying that is, unless we got some real breakthroughs in medicine coming up here. So anyway, I would say that what at least has happened is that if back to your analogy of like, would you take this deal? The baby boomers would not. But the 50 and under crowd is radically aware of all of this stuff in a way that the American people have never been before. And so perhaps I'm hopeful that if we can make it till then, we will be looking at a new political reality.
Hopefully. And so Zilli said they've been saying Iran is 2 weeks away from a nuke since the 90s. Obviously, they're lying. And okay, great. Agreed. But now that we don't have the deal and we had the 12-day war and then we're back in there again, that's where I'm saying, like, okay, I'm not in favor of this. I'm just asking what else can we do? A general, genuine question. I'm not challenging what any of you are saying. Well, I am challenging what you're saying, but not because I believe the opposite, but because I'm trying to tease out what exactly we're saying here. Make no mistake, Iran is light work for us. This is not a real war, unless they get nukes, right? Not without even faster disabling of the global economy. What is this relevant to? So they said, then Iraq and all the other crap in between. It's not like they got credibility to claim anything with Iran. Well, yeah, I don't know about all that. But that's not the same thing as losing a war to America, bro. Balak said, I predict that we'll have boots on the ground soon. Trump has a lot of digging to do very fast. Yep. Oh, it's rescinding today. I don't know. I think NATO, UN, all these other groups. There's some slack that could be picked up. I think. I don't know. Guys, don't forget about Morty. He is hungry.
I'm hopeful that if we can make it till then, we will be looking at a new political reality.
Okay, so that was a great dialogue. So thanks so much, Dave. So I want to make 2 points, okay, to further our discussion. So let's talk about the China-U.S. relationship. So you say that the U.S., maybe the baby boomers benefited, but the United States overall lost in this relationship with China. And I want to...
Right. NATO's not helping us. You think NATO's going to go in and help? We don't need their help. They need our help. That's my point. Let them do whatever the fuck that we're dealing with. Why do we have to deal with everything? Let NATO deal with it. Again, I'm saying help us. We're fine. Nobody's attacking the United States right now. We're fine. We're good. And hence my question about rescinding allyships.
Explain the Chinese perspective.
On whose behalf? On whose behalf?
Because it is true that America did offshore its manufacturing capacity to China. That is true. And that built the Chinese middle class. But what people don't discuss is that China offshored its elite selection and indoctrination to America. Okay, and this is very important. This is something that Americans don't really discuss.
Right. So maybe we should be rescinding our fucking allyships with the people who are causing the mess.
Meaning that China sent all its top students.
Are you sure? Seems like it is. Well, no, it seems like it's you go to war for us. That's what it seems like to me. I don't know shit about Jack, so fine. But that's what it seems like to me. NATO is, hey, here's a bunch of people that can come to the U.S. when they have a problem. I'm not asking for their help. We don't need their help. They need our help. So why are we letting them destroy our country and cause all this division if they're the ones that need our help? Make it make sense. No, didn't you know? Didn't you know? Israel is our greatest ally. And this is exactly my point. Why do we need to be united in that? That ain't me. That ain't me.
All the like.
No, I'm saying going to war, draining our country with all these wars. Because on behalf of Israel. That's destroying the country.
The wealthiest, brightest students.
There we go. Can we all agree? Can we all agree? Let's get rid of Israeli allyship. Let's just see where it takes us. Apparently, we don't even have a fucking treaty, so all the way back in on October 7th, I was still like, but why? Why is that our problem? Not saying it's not horrible, not saying but why is that personally my problem? It shouldn't be. And so we have the military-industrial complex that is funded and able to continue and grow based on all the fucking bullshit. When's the last time we declared war? Certainly long before the last military action.
To America to be indoctrinated in the Ivy League and university.
Hold on, back that up. What is that?
Like we discussed, meaning that China sent all its top students, all the wealthiest, brightest students to America to be indoctrinated in the Ivy League and universities, and then they came back to control.
Yeah, fuck them. Fuck them.
China, and so what this means is that over these past few decades, China's civilization capacity, its intellectual capacity, has been severely downgraded. So even though China has become much more prosperous, you can make the argument that China has been intellectually colonized by America. So the Chinese elite right now have this very neoliberal.
I mean, that seems that I'm both same kind of friends. Same kind of friends. A little bit different, but
very pro-American slant, which I think is going to hinder China's development as civilization for the next few hundred years. Okay, so I will put this caveat out there. Okay.
Yeah, but bucks, like, they're not going to just divvy up the money and just give Americans like money. That's come on, that's not going to happen
for the next few hundred years. Okay, so I will put this caveat out there. Okay, like it's not just China has benefited everything from this relationship. China has lost a lot as well. So that's one point I will make. Second point that I will make is that once we point out that it's a baby boomers who benefit a great deal from American empire, we can now make certain predictions about how baby boomers will behave before they die. Okay, we all agree they will die in 20 years, 30 years, who knows? But there will be drastic political changes before they die off. All right.
Yeah.
So if you just look at the periods of American history, which you discussed, right? So maybe in the 60s and 70s, it was a great society period where America was heavily invested in growing a family. You had Medicare, you had the pension system, Social Security, all being developed at this time. So the baby boomers grew up in a very idyllic time when their mothers were at home taking care of them. The schools were great.
Right. And again, a lot of this is, letting everyone use their credit card and telling the world how rich you are while you can't even pay the bill. Agreed. Which is why we shouldn't be in these fucking conflicts. Why are we in these fucking conflicts? Now we're all tangled in. But I don't want to be. I'm going to assume you're talking to Box. Current stage of capitalism is you peasants will own nothing and like it. You got the wording wrong, bro. It's you will own nothing and you will be happy.
Their mothers were at home taking care of them. The schools were great. You had great public universities. Okay, so they had to receive the best education. They had the best opportunities. And we're talking about like white middle class Americans, right? Obviously, I'm talking about minorities. And then in the 80s, you had the Reagan Revolution. The Reagan Revolution was an opportunity for people with talent, with ability to make as much money as they wanted. Okay, so you have this.
True, that's not capitalism. That's post-capitalism.
Massive growth in wealth among the baby boomers.
Right. You need to be in conflict, keep buying, keep people buying the oil to keep buying U.S. debt. And so that debt wouldn't be as bad if we weren't spending all this money fighting all these fucking wars. Right? Like I said, Israel's a perfect example. We give them the most, and they pay to send our politicians there, and they, in fact, have free healthcare. I don't. I get what you're saying, and I agree, but healthcare is just a really bad example there. Yeah, not good.
And then starting about the year in the 90s under Clinton, you had the unipolar moment when American power extended overseas, and baby boomers could go and vacation anywhere in the world and feel privileged. It felt as though the entire world became colonized by America. And then you had this breaking point in 2016 when Donald Trump came into power, and then we saw America become much more authoritarian. Okay, so the example, of course, is COVID, and you and I both agree that the lockdowns were inappropriate. It's shattered the mental health of young people.
Come on, that's not me.
Socialized.
That's not me.
Destroyed staring at a screen for 8 hours a day. It destroyed the economy, right? If you were poor, you became even more poor. But it benefited the baby boomers because, first of all, they had assets in the stock market, and the stock market boomed at that time. Second of all, they were actually afraid of catching this disease, so that's why they were in favor of lockdown. And then you had you had October 7th happen, and then you had these
right. But Zilla, you understand that most of us hate this as much as you're expressing, right?
university protests happen rightfully because these young people were disgusted by what was happening in Gaza. And then you have this massive crackdown in the universities. And so what this is telling us is that the baby boomers are politically active, and they're able to warp the American political system in a way that matches their worldview, that matches their political priorities.
Well, that was my point, Box, is that free healthcare isn't necessarily a good thing. So that was a bad example, but I follow your point.
Warp the American political system in a way that matches their worldview, that matches their political priorities. And so the argument I would make is, yes, they will die off.
I'm all for banning Israel because I know they will have to wipe the map clean of Israel. You mean if we don't back them, then they're going to be cornered to have to, flatten the entire Middle East? Is that essentially what you're saying?
But before they die off, they will make sure that America becomes a much more authoritarian nation before they die off, so that they can live peacefully in their gated communities, and they can continue to be parasites on the American Republic before they die off, right? And that's a prediction I would make, and that's very worrying if that is the case. But given the past behavior, I mean, they are extremely selfish people who believe that the world should revolve around them.
Yeah, listen, I mean, I can't really disagree with anything you said there. And I thought that was all very interesting. No,
guys, give me one more vote on the poll. We are split 50-50. Should we have backed out of the nuclear deal? Yes or no? And then I want you to put a 1 in the chat if you would come up and if you want to do a panel discussion on this. If you'd come up, put a 1 in the chat. If you would come up, not if you want to see it, if you personally would come up on here. Hey, there's Dick. Welcome.
The point with the Chinese students coming to our elite universities and going back, I really just had not really considered the effect that has on China, and it is very interesting. I mean, look, there's I guess I would just add,
just to talk about all this. I mean, we got a lot of conversations going on. We got a lot of stuff that. So if you want to come up and we can have a discussion. Yes, Dick, the nuclear deal that Obama made.
It is very interesting. I mean, look, there's I guess I would just add that for people, especially because I know a lot of your audience, Sneako, is like younger, and that's part of the reason why I like doing your show. But I don't know if if you weren't there, you have an extensive.
I'm swiping some Zoomer love here, and the tie is broken. Should we have backed out of the Iran nuclear deal? And only 5 votes, but 60% of you said yes, we should have. Talk to me about why. Talk to me about why. And again, this is the kind of stuff that we can talk about if you want to come up. We said we had, excuse me, we had the money at the end of the Clinton presidency. We could have had the best version of universal health care in the world. I mean, hey, I don't have any reason to argue against that. I think that we clearly were, like 9/11 was such a huge thing that it really, in the same way that Trump's entrance to politics was such a variable that we couldn't know how to do that. I could drop the link on Twitch too if you want reason. But like I don't know. I'm very weary of universal healthcare, and I do think that theoretically it could be done in a way that works, but I value the capitalistic aspect of medicine too much, even though, the insurance companies are fucking awful. And insurance companies are still companies that have a bottom line where the government does not.
About it's hard to overstate how much American culture really had dominated the world leading up to the unipolar moment, which of course the collapse of the Soviet Union. And for anybody, if you want to go watch Metallica,
you're literally the only person ever that I've heard say this. Everyone who's ever moved from Canada or wherever is like, oh, thank God. That's why people cross the border to come get good healthcare. How many serious hospital visits have you had in those 5 years, Ellie? Because I agree. If you go in because you got a headache and they give you some medicine and you lay there for 6 hours and you don't got to pay for that. Yeah, all good for that. What happens when your eye don't fucking work and there's only one specialist who is backed up for 8 months and you're going to die if you don't get it fixed in 6? So out of those two situations, how there was no so 2 of those situations, and like I'm not going to argue that the system is great. What I'm arguing is that the So okay, if you went to Canada, then it wasn't serious enough. I'm not going to ask you your specifics. If you want to share it, you can, but that doesn't seem that just I know I know what universal healthcare means. It wasn't free; people had to pay for it. But it cost me $3 just for the surgery to start, right? But the surgery would start. This is in line with every single thing I've ever heard about Canadian healthcare or the healthcare in England, UK, or any of those things. Yep, that's how capitalism works. Yeah. I agree, Box. We need a mix of both public and private healthcare that compete with each other. That would be ideal. Insurance is not healthcare. Yeah, I think that if there was, a basic coverage, that I would be in favor of my taxes going to basic coverage like ER visits and stuff like that. But after that, I think it's been shown that, having the capitalistic aspect makes it way better. Shout out to Joe. Welcome. Said no Canadian can talk about healthcare with the MAID program. Oh, come on. You're one of these? Oh, man. I thought you were cool. Oh, well. You don't agree with me? You're all brainwashed. Okay, bro. Guys, don't forget about Morty. God damn. Jason's the only one.
Leading up to the unipolar moment, which of course the collapse of the Soviet Union. And for anybody, if you want to go watch Metallica played a concert in Moscow right after the dissolution of the Soviet Union. And dude, it's the craziest thing to watch. There's like, I mean, there might be.
Well, if you're killing a bunch of people for depression and homelessness, then they're not going to be in line for whatever they have, right?
A million people.
I did vote Hillary in 2016, unfortunately. Include public office. Well, yeah, I was a Bernie bro, so I wanted to vote for Bernie. And mainstream, I was too stupid to know that mainstream media wasn't all of the news, and so I was convinced that if Trump won, it would be the end of the world. So, yeah, I shamefully, as I said many times, I've been a drug addict. I've done some shady shit. The most shameful thing I've ever done in my life is cast a vote for that woman. Shout out to David. Welcome to the party. That no private system can compete with a government subsidized one. In terms of, in what context? In what context? Because UPS does a lot, and Amazon is a lot better than USPS.
People in the crowd just losing their minds, loving American heavy metal. Like, it's just that they really did like, there was this thing of like, we love you for your blue jeans and your rock and roll music, and people kind of wanted that. They wanted to aspire to this, like, oh, look how wealthy this country seems to be. And it was really after the unipolar moment, and then after oh, did we lose Professor there?
He's back. The CCP did not get him.
They didn't like that last part.
He's back.
Sorry.
Okay.
No,
No, I wasn't. I was a grown ass man, and I watched the news, and I didn't go further. It led me down the wrong road. I don't make any excuses for it. Like, thankfully, it didn't happen. But oh man.
I got cut off. Sorry.
Yeah. No problem. But so essentially, it was like all that goodwill got blown really with George H.W. Bush and Bill Clinton, and then of course with George W. Bush, where it all just really fell apart. But you know, I mean, to the selfishness of the baby boomers, and again, there are exceptions
baby
to this.
boomers.
My mom's cool, and I like there are some baby boomers who I like very much, but
not really. No. I used to, and then when he was making, his video, like just regular videos, I appreciated what he offered. And this actually ties to Abba and Preach, because I think they're going down the same road, not the same road, but a similar type of road, where when you're creating a video and you're putting everything together, then it's a little different in terms of how you organize it, how you speak, how the video is going to play out, versus somebody who's just sitting and talking. And once he started doing his live streams, I feel like he just didn't have enough to be that guy. He had enough to be the guy who could put out a video once a week, twice a week, whatever. But, just fucking going through. I mean, basically. But I think Abba and Preach, I'm experiencing a similar type of thing. They're not going crazy down, manosphere, red pill, jihadi rabbit holes. But I really like the way that they did their VODs. I really liked how they put their videos together. And now, because they just clip their live streams, it doesn't have the same thing. Some people are better at videos, and some people are better live. David said, in terms of quality, yes, the private one will be better. But if health insurance is for profit and government healthcare doesn't need to be for profit, then the private will go out of business. True. Oh yeah, so we're still talking about the insurance. So I'm thinking more of a direct just like any other industry. Like I agree with Boggs that insurance is not healthcare. I think we can entirely get rid of the insurance middleman, and because of that basic that basic coverage, then people will have more money to spend on this shit that they actually need. All right, that back in.
It is really hard to overstate how selfish of a generation they were. Now, this is the generation that, like, literally their slogan was "Don't trust anyone over 30" until they turned 30.
I mean, I ain't super mad at that.
And then by the time you get to COVID, my friend Jeff Dice did a whole thing on this, but by the time you get to COVID, yeah, they supported the lockdowns because they were the ones at risk. Yeah, shut down the kids' school, which I got to tell you, someone who has little kids, who hopes to have grandkids someday, I cannot fathom being in my 60s or my 70s and ever thinking like, to prevent some risk to me, I would harm one hair on my grandchildren's head is just like, it is profoundly, and listen, they're the generation that normalized no fault divorce and self-actualization and this idea that you could just like not take care of your kids or not stay with the woman you had children with for the rest of your life, that you don't have an obligation to like God to do that. I mean, it's I don't know. It's really shocking when you think about it. And so, look, I don't disagree with
Yeah, that's how as it works now. That's why we want to change the system.
you. Of course, another big factor in there is that baby boomers have been in charge, not just the generation that supports these policies, but the actual politicians themselves for my entire life. Like,
Yes.
it's so bizarre, man. Like, dude, Sneako, I was, the 1990s were 30 years ago, right? And I was a teenager in the 1990s. And we had these politicians like Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden and Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton and like, okay, the Clintons are out of power, but she was trying to be president just within the last decade. Donald Trump was a figure. Joe Biden was a figure. Like all.
I'm not exactly sure. I'm trying to grasp it. He's kind of yapping here.
All these guys, these Mitch McConnells and Chuck Schumers, they're all the same guys. They were all in there when I was younger than you. And
I think he's generally just talking about how the system has been systeming forever. I think that's his larger point.
got a lot of gray in my beard now, like I'm a grown man, and the same people who were in charge when I was a teenager are still in charge. It's fascinating. That being said, I do think maybe what I would just, you're certainly right about the concentration of wealth that's in the baby boomers, and perhaps I guess if in the game of making predictions, you want to really remove emotion from the table. And maybe this is just kind of wishful thinking on my part.
The geriatric economics, the boomers being in charge.
But I do think that there is the baby boomers on almost all of these positions are severely in the minority of the American people right now. It's not quite the dynamic that it was when they controlled so much more of a share of the population. And like, even if you look at the issues that we're talking about, whether support for Israel, support for this war, support for Donald Trump, support for, they're like, it's them.
There we go. I like the way you think.
Wrong side of like a 70-30 issue. And so, I guess we'll see where all of this goes. There is a very scary dynamic that's emerging, which, right, is that you have a smaller and smaller group of elites who's an elite, generation who support the regime, and then
land the plane, Dave. What are we doing?
Super majorities of people suffering from a lot of discontent. And if you look at that model, most nations that have that dynamic deal with problems. And so certainly it's hard to argue that there's not the potential for major problems with this dynamic going forward.
Oh, go ahead.
So, sorry, go ahead.
No, please.
No. So just to show you how much damage the boomers can do before they die off, let's look at Canada. I'm not sure if you've been following the situation in Canada, okay? But I will list certain events in Canada. So during the COVID lockdowns, if you thought that it was bad in America, it was 100 times worse in Canada, right? Because you have the trucker protest. These are guys who were concerned about the vaccine mandate, as they should be, and all they wanted was a conversation with Justin Trudeau. So they staged this peaceful protest in Ottawa, and they were debanked. But not only were they debanked, but if you support them in any way, like you give $1 to these guys, you are debanked as well. That was pretty authoritarian.
Hey, shout out to my sugar daddy, dropping the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much, of course. Every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. And guys, remember, we changed things, so now memberships are even better. So how much time do we have in the regular show? We've got just over an hour in the regular show. And then after that, the chat only, not the video. The chat goes to members only. So you can still watch if you're not a member. You can still super chat. But members are the only ones that get to chat. Of course, the VIP party always takes priority. So if we hit that point and then there are 3 or more members in the Discord VIP party, then the stream ends and we head over there. But shout out to Doc, Master Chief, Combat Sports, the Tigger Next Door, David, Matthew, Catherine, Amberino, Teddy, and Gen X Boomer. You guys all now have all the membership access. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much, sir. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Morty was getting hungry. God damn. God damn. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Let's dive right back in. Oh, yeah. He's talking about the truckers being debanked.
Way, like you give $1 to these guys, you are debanked as well. That was pretty authoritarian. Then after COVID, you have this massive influx of immigrants to Canada that drove property prices like, to the sky, that made it impossible to find a job if you're a young person, that made this cost of living like sky high in the major cities. And most of them were coming from India. You had millions of Indians coming
Hello, thank you.
Canada, and this was causing a lot of discontent. And so you would think that, after a few years of this, when clearly this was a dumpster fire, that the Canadians would be like, let's just do a moratorium, let's just stop immigration and let Canada.
Morty is still alive. Thanks to our boy. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Give Canada some time to absorb these immigrants, right? You think that that's a reasonable course of action. Instead, Mark Carney goes to India and says, we want more Indians. In fact, we will give scholarships to Indian students to come to our country. And then this guy, Mark Carney, who before becoming Prime Minister of Canada, never had an elected office, okay? Before he became Prime Minister, he never had, he was never voted into office by the people. And quite honestly, for most of his adult life, he was not even a resident of Canada. He spent most of his time either in New York or London working for Goldman Sachs. And then the leadership race for the Liberals was completely staged. And that election, you could argue, was rigged as well. And then when he comes to power, rather than try to win his majority through democracy by letting people vote, he is bribing opposition members to join his party. And now he has a majority. Okay, so clearly Canada is moving towards a more authoritarian
I'm gonna speed this up. They're very yappy today.
System. And then so this is the damage that baby boomers can do because you ask yourself, who is benefiting from all this?
How did we get to the baby boomers? What happened in Iran?
From all this, from immigration, from like sky high property prices, from an increased standard of living, and the answer is baby boomers. Okay, so Canada could be America's future. So I would say pay close attention to what Mark Carney is doing in Canada because people complain that Donald Trump is a tyrant.
Still don't want to say what country you're from, Zilly?
Look at what's happening in Canada. And Mark Carney is fully supported by baby boomers.
Yeah, well, I get your point there.
And Zilly, I offered for you guys to come up and chat about this. You can. I'm happy to for you to tell me how stupid I am, but you decide not to.
What I've been sounding the alarm about, which I think, not that I'm the only one, but that I'm at this point, I'm concerned about the authoritarianism coming out of the Trump administration. I'm very concerned about what the next step is going to be here because I do think
shout out. Oh, what happened? There we go. Shout out to John Medina. Welcome. Yeah, he is definitely too stupid. To be fair, I kind of am too. So we're all trying to figure it out together. Welcome to the party.
Concerned about what the next step is going to be here, because I do think there's this one element about where we are in America today, and this is true, I guess, in Canada too, but I just know America better, is that really for the first time, perhaps in modern history, like governments, modern propaganda apparatuses have been broken. And so they don't really have the same, like,
we doing, brother, we doing.
Have the same controlled corporate media that they used to have. And this is what allows conversations like this to happen, because they just weren't going to happen under the old controlled model. And so you have this dynamic where, like, people are waking up to the corruption and to the lies of the propaganda. And at this point, Donald Trump is just snapping back at Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly and Alex Jones and Candace Owens and all these people. But how long can they continue this? And does that require an authoritarian crackdown? But then the other angle, which I'm equally
nobody dies unnecessarily with our healthcare.
Concerned about is that, for whatever we rolled back,
or at least killed,
I kind of alluded to earlier, for whatever we rolled back in the culture and in terms of political power of the woke leftist insanity that we've seen over the last 15 years, well, Donald Trump just found, like, the only way to hand political power right back over to that same group. And it was some of the stuff we maybe didn't do as much as.
Well, hey man, it means the world to us over here. So thank you.
As Canada did. We weren't as viciously authoritarian during the COVID stuff, but we flirted with every bit of it. And really not just flirted with it, but, like, keep in mind, like, Joe Biden passed an executive order.
I'm trying to determine, and that is again, I'm in that space where I don't know if I really want to keep Dave up so high in terms of my opinion of who to listen to. For a long time, he was saying a lot of things that lined up with reality and making predictions that came true. And that's always a strong signal for me. If you can predict the future, it's not because you have a crystal ball. It's because you're paying enough attention to connect the dots. But he as we're seeing, he's not really articulating very clearly beyond America bad how to deal with this. What else could be done? Why are all the neocons wrong for this one in particular? Just because it could be bad? Like, I agree, it could be bad. But that in and of itself isn't a reason not to do something that needs to be done. So does it need to? And so I'm like this on Dave. We'll see.
Just flirted with it, but, like, keep in mind, like, Joe Biden passed an executive order essentially banning the unvaccinated from working nationwide. That any company with over 100 employees, I believe, was the rule.
John said, technically, healthcare costs roughly to 40 to 60% of the tax budget, and it only benefits the poorest of Americans. It's a pretty broken and corrupt system. A broken and corrupt cost. We don't have an endless supply of yearly tax income. True. And so, I mean, this is the idea here is that the going all the way on this side versus all the way on that side. It's not that simple. There's nuance. And just like, oh no, we got to do this. Oh no, of course we got to do that. That's some Dunning-Kruger shit.
Nationwide, that any company with over 100 employees, I believe was the rule, had to fire all of their unvaccinated workers. Now, the Trump Supreme Court, which was still on the bench during Biden's years, they struck that down as unconstitutional. But, like, the president tried to do that, but a couple old Supreme Court justices die in 5 years later or earlier or whatever, and that gets through. And that is the law of the land in America. Mm-hmm. So central bank digital currency, they flirted with a lot, and they really flirted. All
right, Zillion, thank you for hanging out. Definitely come on back live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So hit that subscribe, and YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. You have a good one.
With the national vaccine passport, the idea that, like, we were going to federally enforce essentially a caste system.
And so, no, Jason, we're not going to be paying to ban people That's kind of the opposite of what we're doing here. We're trying to bring in more people with different ideas, not create an echo chamber
in America. Like those guys coming in after being so punished by the voters, I really worry that they'd be coming back in with a vengeance this time. And that this time they would, that this time, you know, if we see President AOC or President Gavin Newsom, that they're going to understand that they can't just wait around to see if they get voted out or, you know, possibly publicly.
Why do you think I'm not trying to get rid of you? We want more disagreement. We can't learn how to better disagree if we don't disagree. That don't make no sense. We just automatically register for selective service. Yep. All men, but equality, right? Equality of the sexes. Psych. Word up. I mean, how much?
Hung by the American people at some point. They got to be like, well, now's the time that
You disagree with what?
we have to implement what I think they always pretended that China had, which I've never exactly understood what the evidence for how real the Chinese social credit score system is. Like I've heard politicians allege that this is the grid that totally controls China. But then I've also just talked to lots of people who are like, no, I ran a business in China for 10 years and I don't even know what you're talking about. And that's not a thing. And so I don't know what's real there. I know the way they lied about the whole Uyghur genocide numbers and that, what was
Wait, so does that mean you want to get rid of the draft entirely? What happens if everybody dies and we're at war? Nightbot does need a fucking raise. Best mind I ever had. So so what happens if someone attacks America and fucks shit up, and all of the fucking, what's the word I'm looking for? All the volunteers are dead. What do we do?
lied about the whole Uyghur genocide numbers and that what was the guy, Adrian Benz or whatever, like just didn't carry the one when he was supposed to and made all the numbers completely wrong. But so I don't know what about that, but I know that our Democratic establishment politicians have openly flirted with the ideas of like carbon.
What do you mean if we had it? We do have it. If we had it, there would be less war. Yeah, we do have it. What do you mean? They said the willing will join, the unwilling will rebel. That's okay. I mean, if you say so. I think that's flirting with danger, but
Democratic establishment politicians have openly flirted with the ideas of like carbon scores and, you know, like all this crazy stuff. And so I agree with you that the biggest danger is that you find one of the, because the boomer generation in America, and I could speak, I know there's some people have had like great quotes like this, like, but if true authoritarianism ever comes to America, it will come in the language of liberalism. But like that is always the case, right? Like for the boomers, it'll always have to be in the language of liberalism, because that's the only language they speak. That's why they even have to call everything is draped in libertarianism in America, even though we're the biggest government in the world, in all this debt and print all this money and bomb all these countries. But even when when the war in Iraq, what was it called? They called it Operation Iraqi Freedom. They call your income tax voluntary compliance. That's what the IRS calls you paying your taxes. Voluntary.
it was Iraqi liberation, Dave. All right, get your facts fucking straight. I know that because I was listening to Anti-Flag in high school, and they had a song called Oil, which stands for Operation Iraqi Liberation.
Comply. Now, if you don't voluntarily comply, yes, they will throw you in a cage, but it's voluntary, you see. I'm just saying, if you could find a narrative around climate change or around like hate speech or the rise of fascism in America, it is quite possible you could get the boomers on board with some wildly tyrannical stuff.
I completely agree. Sorry. Go ahead, Sneako.
No, I want to hear your response.
No, so I completely agree about the Democrats. So I think that from the perspective of the Democrats, these liberal boomers, the disease, the plague in America are conservative white men. America must do all that it can to destroy conservative white men, because that is the ultimate threat to their way of life, right? And that's why we had cancel culture, and that's why if they come back in office, they will target conservative white men with digital currency, with carbon tax, with more cancel culture, with DEI, with more illegal immigration. you can bet that like when they come to office, that's what they will target. You know, it's what Hillary Clinton said, the deplorables, right? Who do we hate the most in the world? These conservative white men who are MAGA.
Yeah. What?
Trump bad. John said there's absolutely no reason to discuss a draft, and it's rarely ever used except in situations where we have cut personnel in recent years and enter into a world war. I mean, I agree, but you know, if it's somebody brought it up, so I'm not gonna just ignore it because it's, yeah, I mean, maybe it's not the most important conversation, but I'm not just gonna ignore it because it's not that relevant.
No, 100%. Sneako, what you jump in because you.
Yeah, I just want to see what the solution.
Oh. My heart breaks. Rage on behalf of the machine.
I think you rightly pointed out how the boomer voting class, which is still the majority voting bloc, they keep voting for their own interests and they don't seem to care at all about future generations. So what do we do in Gen Z and for Gen Alpha? Do we vote left in the midterms?
Well, I don't know. You know, when it comes to voting,
No.
right?
No, very obviously not, because even if you want to say on one level it's the unit party and on another level both parties are the war party, then even especially if that's the case, then the cultural issues, the culture war matters more than ever. If everything else is equal and the culture wars that we have, then the culture war is the most important thing in terms of our discussion, because if war's going to happen anyway, if corruption's going to happen anyway, there's one thing we actually can at least contribute to controlling: the culture. And politics is what? Downstream of culture.
Like voting is like a strategic thing. That's what voting is about. It's like it's
certainly not something to be ignored. Whether it's a super relevant discussion is something else, but definitely not something to be ignored.
Like a strategic thing. That's what voting is about. It's like you have this little bit of a tiny little shred of authority over one election and then nothing else. That's just the hand you're dealt. And so what's your strategy there? Now, there are arguments all around. I mean, look, there is an argument that we'd be better off if Kamala Harris was president today. At this point, that's not that tough of an argument. And
yes, it is.
At least for me.
Yes, it is. Come on, bro.
Me. Of the best, strongest argument that we'd be better off with Kamala Harris is just that the whole resistance would still be the resistance. And you would, you know, the in a kind of, I don't know, maybe counterintuitive way, sometimes the best thing, if you're a right winger, is for a Democrat to be the president. And sometimes the best thing, if you're a left winger, is for a Republican to be the president. Because if they really blow it and they really mess up, it gives all of the like cultural energy back to you. And
see, this is kind of what I mean with the at least his brand of libertarianism. It just seems like he positions himself to always be the underdog. And it's not because, and well, I don't know why it is, but like no matter what, he's in the position where it's like, I didn't do that. I didn't do that. Exactly. I don't like that at all. I mean, he's not wrong in the sense that voting is a tactical thing. He's right about that, but it's just I don't like the mindset. I don't know. I don't like it. Because does anybody who agrees better able to articulate why that is, as Bucks would say, icky? The issue is he's saying vote in the people you don't like so that you can be part of a resistance. I don't want to be part of a resistance. And I certainly don't want to vote in people that hate me and hate my way of life just to be on the side that gets to be like, see, you guys suck. Now, I don't know what's in his head and mind and whatever, but it does seem convenient how a lot of libertarians seem to be always posturing as, see, I was right. See, when what is presented is never really a feasible thing, which is why the Libertarian Party is not anything. I mean, maybe before Trump, you could argue for the establishment uniparty, but Trump won. See, this is what I mean. Okay, great. And then, how's being right in your home help anybody? Would you rather be right? Or would you rather have to compromise and things actually get better and you weren't 100% right? It seems to me that a lot, I'm not naming any one in particular, but a lot of people of this brand of thinking care more about being right than actually moving society in the way that they push. I'm not saying you, Liberty. I'm not saying Dave specifically. I'm saying this mentality and people who have this mentality. I can explain the problem. Okay. Okay, but okay, you know what I mean. So then what is he talking about, Waco? What exactly do you think he's talking about? Another question that's going to go unanswered. What is it that that Dave is talking about right now? What reason did he just give? No answer? We'll give her a minute. Yeah. I agree. I tried in the same way that I tried to hold on to the term atheist for so long, because that is what I am. Sorry, Christians. Atheist is not, I believe there is no God. But that's what everybody thinks. So who am I helping by calling myself something that I know is accurate, but everybody else doesn't fucking understand? Is it more important that I'm correct or right? Or is it more important that I'm understood? That people understand the message that I'm trying to put out there? And so if people are more willing to listen to me because I'm an agnostic non-theist versus an atheist, I'll go with agnostic non-theist. I believe that MAGA is not Trump. It is the mindset that he once had. But fine. The media, Twitter, everything has decided that MAGA equals Trump. Okay. Then fuck MAGA. I'm America first. And why is that, Punk? Because Waco just said, not the party of cooperation. But explicitly just talked about the coalition. Co is the same co in cooperation. Let's hear it again.
Thing of the, I mean, look, there is an argument that we'd be better off if Kamala Harris was president today.
Again, I'm not saying I agree with his argument entirely, but the point. Let me star this. Let me start this to make sure that you look as dumb as you are.
At this point, that's not that tough of an argument. And part, at least for me, of the best, strongest argument that we'd be better off with Kamala Harris is just that the whole resistance would still be the resistance.
What do you think he means by that?
And you would, the in a kind of, I don't know, maybe counterintuitive way, sometimes the best thing, if you're a right-winger, is for a Democrat to be the president. And sometimes the best thing, if you're a left-winger, is for a Republican to be the president. Because if they really blow it and they really mess up, it gives all of the like cultural energy back to you. And
That gets a screenshot. Oh, man. New Year's Eve is gonna be fun when we pull this back. And remember that she thought that that Trump invented the words "Make America Great Again." That's funny. So yes is the answer to your question. Notice how when you ask me questions, I answer them. You should try it sometime. It's just polite.
Mess up, it gives all of the like cultural energy back to you. And the best case of that is like, just look at, from a cultural perspective, the right lost everything through the first 4 years of Donald Trump. If you remember this.
Yup. In fact, before America was America, the whole thing is to make our land great. Yeah, right. Trump thinks he invented MAGA. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Excuse me. Trump thinks he is MAGA, and then he invented it, so he thinks everything he does is by definition MAGA. Tick me off when he said that. Bingo. Exactly. But again, people are rolling with this. So fine. We've lost that rhetorical battle. MAGA does, in fact, equal Trump. Why? Because language is how we organically use it. This is not semantic obfuscation. This is a genuine evolution of how people understand the term MAGA. And so now it just means Trump. So fine. Fine. I'll be America first. There you go. The community has a common enemy. Yeah, that's what we had. That sounds like what's the word? Cooperation. Hey, shout out to Colonel Quayle. Welcome. Some cash, kind of a playboy FBI head. Wait. What? What you talking about? I know that they were talking about how he's like drinking all the time and shit, but I don't. What else? What else? Why is he a playboy? All right, let's dive back in.
The right best case of that is like, just look at, from a cultural perspective, the right lost everything through the first 4 years of Donald Trump. If you remember, this was the rise of the craziest wokeism in America, was all in Donald Trump's first term. And they only finally had some cultural victories when it was Joe Biden. And he was in there. And then all of a sudden you started having things like the Bud Light boycott and the Target boycott. And I mean, Elon Musk bought Twitter in those years. Like, there were a few major factors that happened. But anyway, look, I think there is an argument that the best thing right now is that the Democrats win the midterm elections, because the Republicans just have to be punished for this. Like, there's got to be a message that, like, you do this, there is a cost to it, even if that means we have to give ourselves the Democrats in Congress. But giving ourselves the Democrats in Congress is a different thing than, say, like, giving the Democrats the White House and both chambers of Congress, where now they can go crazy with their agenda. So, like, but I just kind of think the Democrats are going to win anyway. So I'm not signing.
Razor Sharp said his form of libertarian doesn't want thriving. Interesting. Say more on that. How do you mean? I see similar stuff. Just the team sports mentality. Your community that has a common enemy. Okay, fair enough. It was MAG originally, but yeah. So what was the his form of libertarian doesn't want thriving. Say more on that. Where we at? No. Nobody's gonna jump on this? Nobody's gonna jump on this? Come on. Hey, there it is. We're all MEGA or MAGA? On stolen land. Wait. We're all MAGA on stolen land. Let's fucking go. Wrong, sir. So Reagan's 1980 speech, a campaign slogan was "Let's make America great again." Should we yeah, let's go and me. In fact, did I pull this up? God damn it.
The price of even a small home could be $200,000. And what about their parents trying to make ends meet right now? To stop inflation, we've got to put a ceiling on federal spending. We've got to crack down on waste, and we must lower our tax rates to encourage individual productivity. In California, where I was governor for 8 years, we went from near bankruptcy to financial help. We gave the taxpayers billions of dollars in tax relief, and we met the needs of our people. If we're going to stop inflation, we must do it now, not with bigger government. It takes better government. That's what we owe ourselves and our children. That's why I'm running for president.
Only one man has the proven experience we need. Ronald Reagan for president.
Oops! The system of our like, yeah. Just, I mean, again, does anyone believe that this is a straight man? Does anyone believe that this is a straight man? No, look at it. Just look at it. I mean, come on. All right. Yeah, so we're there. Mag. Yeah, right? Let's just fuck the A. Let's just make America great. Good to go. Do you not? Do you have a problem with stupid people? Because you are one. It's like striking it big on stocks and the losers being mad they didn't invest. Colonel said, did Trump pick cash or tell because his eyes are close set and he thought he could scare people? Possibly. That wouldn't be a bad move. All right. I got to take a piss. Let's dive back in.
Democrats, the White House, and both chambers of Congress, where now they can go crazy with their agenda. So, but I just kind of think the Democrats are going to win anyway. So I'm not signing up to vote for no Democrats. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I'll ever put my name, like if I'll ever vote for a major party candidate again, unless like Thomas Massey or someone like.
Well, so now that we are past that point, Waco, would you like to walk this back? Would you like to walk back the claim that MAGA is not a party for cooperation with others when the entire reason we run is because we were cooperating with others? No? All right. Didn't think so.
That runs. I just don't. I'm too disgusted by the fact that I
like a woman would.
Supported Donald Trump, but I just don't want that filthy smell on me again. Not that I really care. Voting is stupid, but like, it's just, I don't know. I don't think I'll be voting Democrat. But I would say that I think the Democrats are going to win the midterm elections. That's going to happen. And so.
Yup. Shout out to Colby. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. You guys remember, get that those memberships in now that we have changed the deal. We've got 39 minutes of the regular show, and then the chat goes to members only. You can still stick around and hang out, or if you have the permissions, you can force a VIP party in the voice channel in Discord. I just need 3 people in that voice channel. And then the stream ends and we go to the after party.
That I think the Democrats are going to win the midterm elections. That's going to happen. And so after that, my thing is just, if you're talking about on national politics level, no one from this administration can be supported. Except Joe Kent. If you want to throw some support to Joe Kent, I got no problem with that. But anybody else who's attached to this should be our absolute standard. That there has to be like some type of line here. No supporting J.D. Vance, no supporting Marco Rubio, no supporting Tulsi Gabbard, no supporting any of them for the rest, no supporting Bobby Kennedy. There's just no, sorry, even if you're just at the health department, resign in disgust. I don't care. You said you were the guy who was against the neocons and all their wars and stuff. It specifically spoke out against what a nightmare war in Iran would be. Get away from this. I don't think that's too much for me to ask. Like your president starts lying you into war and committing war crimes, get away. And so, I don't know, maybe Thomas Massey will run. Maybe there'll be some outsider candidate who we can't think of.
That's me. I don't know what the fuck is going on, really. But I'm trying to pay attention. Trying to bring you guys some shit that we can discuss and learn.
Right now, who would actually be someone worth supporting. But to me, the bigger thing is like, I'm like, look, the baby boomers, whether slowly or quicker, are going to die. They're going to age out. I'm still going to be alive, hopefully. You guys are still going to be alive, hopefully. I got children who I'm very invested in still being alive after that. And so my thing is just like, what we can do in the meantime is wake up as many people as we can and really demonstrate that like we have the correct argument here. And then the other thing I would say, just very briefly, because I'm sorry I'm rambling too much, but that I do think.
At least you called it out.
One of the real dangers we have right now, and this is part of the reason why, I like talking to guys like you. I like talking to guys like Nick Fuentes. I like talking to like a lot of these guys because And I know to some degree, there are some in the audience who will like almost think that this is kind of like hopeless naivete, or I'm a Jew and I'm being subversive or something like that. But it's like, the thing is this, right? The establishment in America that has just like destroyed this country, let alone all the other countries that it's literally destroyed. It, as I said before, it wears this liberal skin.
I like the energy, but that just doesn't work. You can't win. You can't win them all. But I appreciate A for effort. A for effort.
That it's literally destroyed. It, as I said before, it wears this liberal skin. It wears this libertarian language. Everything is Operation Freedom and voluntary compliance and all these, which is not our system. It's the opposite of our system. It's the system that we once had that built us all of the wealth to allow us to have this corrupt, crazy system. But like when people, especially young people, are understandably reacting against this system, which calls itself liberalism, the natural tendency is to split into illiberalism. And to go, yeah, we reject liberalism. And that's why you see I believe that's why you see so many young kids on the left openly supporting communism, socialism, and why you see so many people on the right openly supporting fascism, because it just becomes the knee-jerk reaction that like, yo, we screw this. Like we're against what you say, you know, we're what you say the worst thing in the world is. But
that is why it's troubling for me, because it's not like Dave is retarded. He's got a lot of good ideas. He has a very good understanding of his own worldview and can articulate things in a way that is understandable for people who haven't done the type of reading that he's done. That doesn't automatically mean that his explanations and his positions are perfect. Yeah, he is often right. But again, is that a product of always being in the situation of well, I'm on the right side and I'm right again, but I haven't really done anything. Like government back, like, yeah, no shit, bro. That's not a galaxy brain take. So so you're saying, what does MAGA look like? What does, again, look like to black people in MAGA? Nuclear families, money, safety, peace, success.
the truth is that
I would assume
there's just disaster behind both of those paths.
Well, was that great? You think redlining was great? If you think redlining was great, then we have very different ideas of what great means. Okay, exactly. So why would if that's not great and we're making America great again, why would we do something that's not great?
They've both been tried. They've both led to absolute disaster. I mean, like real deal disasters. And it might be like kind of like niche and kind of like badass to be like, no, I'm the revisionist who says, you know, Stalin was really cool, or I'm the revisionist who says Hitler was really cool. And by the way, that's not a shot at Fuentes. I don't even mean to say.
Yeah, it is.
I get the point.
Yeah, it is. You might not have meant it to be, but that's who Fuentes is to his fucking core.
Point he's making when he says it. I just mean like the people who are actually going.
Oh no, I got it. I got it. But the fact is, I came back and obviously not.
Like, no, these guys were actually great, misunderstood leaders, and they did really good by their people. Like, no, they didn't. No, they did not. The people who lived under them suffered fates that anyone in America is incapable of even wrapping their head around. Yep. And that's what that stuff brings. But we have this other option, a third way, if you will, ironically, where we could just remember what was really great about.
Just, I mean, look at where we were. Look at where we were in 2015. Let's call it 2017. Look at where at 2017 and compare that to March and earlier of 2020. That's how. Fixing the culture, creating an incentive for people to care about the right things, and moving in the direction that gets people more safety, peace, money, success, exactly, and so on. We were in a much better place than we were in 2016, So were you not? Were you not awake between 2017 and 2019? What are you asking me? Yeah. And how many X's? How much X'd is your money? This is one of the weakest, most pathetic, sore loser type of things that people talk about. And yeah, call me triggered because I've got a dad who, gave me a really nice childhood. But like very obviously, okay, well, take a guess. You think it's more or less than how you have created wealth? How many jobs have you given other people? It's just a very low tier, like, basic bitch thing to say. Like, yeah, rich people exist. Are you under the impression that being rich means you don't have to do anything? Maybe there is a level of that. But then do you hold that about me? Because I think this setup, since I jumped off the laptop, I think it was like somewhere around 2K. My dad gave me $500 just to help get me started. So does that mean that I don't deserve credit, or what is the meaning of that? Because I've made not significantly, but I've made more than $500 since we started. But it doesn't count because Daddy gave me $500. Got it.
Third way, if you will, ironically, where we could just remember what was really great about America. Like, we don't have to turn to any of those things. We can just do the American model, which at its best is freedom, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence. Like, there are a lot of dynamics that prevent us from being there, but there's nothing against the laws of physics that say we can't just at some point go, hey, the Constitution is still the law of the land. Screw all of this. We're enforcing it now. And if we can get to a point where
What?
there are a lot of dynamics that prevent us from being there, but there's nothing
being there
to turn to any of those things. We can option a third way, if you will, ironically, where we could just remember what was really great about America. Like, we don't have to turn to any of those things. We can just do the American model, which at its best is freedom, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence. Like, there are a lot of dynamics that prevent us from being there, but there's nothing against the laws of physics that say we can't just at some point go, hey, the Constitution is still the law of the land. Screw all of this. We're enforcing it now. And if we can get to a point where we wake up super majorities of the American people to believe in that, then I think we got a fighting shot at maybe things being much better off than they are now. So that's the strategy for me. Just keep saying this stuff and hoping to resonate with as many people as you can.
Professor Jiang, what do you think?
I didn't see this. We got a bump here. I don't know what's going on here, but guys, we've got under 30 minutes left to hit the goal. Remember, 99 cents counts, but we are at only two out of 15 donos, but we are at 32 out of 75. Let's bulk me up and get Morty his treats.
We started off saying you were even apprehensive to come to America because you could have been a victim of some sort of political violence. I think the temperature has been raised, and we could still feel it since the assassination of Charlie Kirk. What do we do? I speak to so many people in Gen Z, and
just click the goal, and it will show you how much time you have left. 28 minutes.
When you bring up the subject, they don't even want to say whether or not they're pro or anti-war in Iran right now because they don't want to get fired from their job. So it is important to wake up as many people, but so many people understand the limitations of free speech, even in a country where we pride ourselves in having that free speech. So what does the youth do?
Look, I completely agree with Dave. I think, first of all, the best thing about America, the thing that makes America great, is the First Amendment. No other nation
Nope, you missed my point.
in the world has this, and it must be protected at all costs. And so you have to support people who support the First Amendment. That's the first point. Second point is that you're absolutely right in that young people have been brainwashed too much in schools, especially with this DEI nonsense, this liberal woke nonsense. So educating them, which is what you're doing right now with your channel. That's also very key. To make sure that they have the intellectual capacity to make their own judgments. That's point number 2. Point number 3.
Real quick side quest. Somebody was talking about. I have this in my notes, and I don't know why, but I'm pretty sure one of you guys sent it to me. It's from AP. NYPD officer and his horse chase a suspected purse snatcher in man. Oh, okay, never mind. I know what it is. Okay, never mind. It's a TikTok thing. All right, you don't know nothing about that. Much me and Box want the next intro to be in the style of Lana Del Rey, please. Well, feel free to create that music and I will use it. Colby said, remember the show, The Newsroom? Yup. Open scene is what makes America the best country in the world. It's a great scene about what makes us great. And I don't know how well you remember the show, but it actually isn't. His whole thing is like, when you're saying America's great, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. We have this much wars and this much. I would play it if we didn't already have a strike. But yeah, his thing was the opposite. Yeah. So are you? Not anymore, stupid. They sold it months ago. And if you think the Chinese aren't on top of what you're watching on YouTube and X and all of that shit, then you're stupid. You may as well get better information from the Russians and the Chinese.
I am very, very skeptical about the Democrats. And so let me tell you why. In 2016, when Trump won, I had TDS. And the reason why is that, I went to Yale. I studied at Yale. And so I have this very liberal mindset, okay?
I didn't go to Yale, but that liberal mindset, yeah, I was never Trumper.
Like, you go to Yale and you can't help but come out as this program liberal robot. And so my instant reaction was, this is all wrong. Trump is pure evil. He's going to be the next Hitler. And so we need to do whatever is possible to get rid of this guy. And so I'm not American. I'm a Canadian citizen, but I follow the 2020.
Just to tie a bow on this, though, the scene is him pointing out how we're the bottom and near bottom and everything. But I would hope that people understand that despite all of the things that he listed in that scene, America still is the greatest country on earth because of all of the other things that we have. And so this is similar to the argument when I forget who it was that we were watching, but it was Brian Shapiro in the was Trump a better pick than Kamala? And all he said was Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad, which just made the strong argument that politicians bad, all of them. So that makes them equal. And then after that, Trump is better.
Democratic primaries very, very closely. And I became convinced that Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, these are all just program MK Ultra people, like they're useless. So the only viable candidate, in my opinion, was Bernie Sanders. And at this point, okay, we're talking like spring 2020, no one thought Joe Biden had a chance of winning the Democratic primary and beating Trump in November. So I sort of forgot about Biden and I focused on Bernie Sanders.
I was like, wait, did Costco Law School come in?
And when he won Nevada, there's a real hope, a real energy that this guy would win the Democratic primary. And if he did so, then he would have certainly beaten Trump in November. But then, of course, what happened was Super Tuesday. And then Obama and his people came out fully in support of Biden. And I was like, what is this crap? Well, this is the second time this has happened to Bernie Sanders, okay? Because in 2016, he was railroaded by the Democratic Party. And it was basically stolen from him and given to Hillary Clinton. Regardless of what you have to say about Trump, he did win democratically in 2016 in the Republican
and 2020
primary. Okay, the Republicans ran a democracy, whereas Democrats did not. And then in 2020 it was rigged as well. In 2024 there was not even a primary. So I'd be very suspicious of the Democrats, because if you go to schools like Yale, if you go to schools like Harvard, it's clear they graduate ass kissers, right? They graduate people who do anything to suck up to authority. These are people who believe that the ends justify the means. These are people who actually know moral conviction at all. So, yes, I understand that the Democrats will probably win the midterms, and I understand that the Republicans, Donald Trump, they need to be taught a lesson. But I would be very wary of the Democrats.
Yeah, that's a great point. And that's almost why I was saying, like, what I would hope would almost be like some outsider Republican not attached to this administration, prevail.
That's what we thought Trump was going to be. And how did that work out? I mean, pretty decently for a while. But politicians gonna politician.
Because we really don't want to give control back. And just a couple more things on that, because even as you said it wasn't just when the Obamas came out after Super Tuesday. What they did was they orchestrated the whole thing, including those MK robots you're talking about. So they had Buttigieg, Kamala Harris, and Amy Klobuchar all drop out and endorse Joe Biden. And then Elizabeth Warren stayed in to the bitter end, splitting leftist votes with Bernie Sanders. Like who knows what.
And I had no idea that was going on. And I was so happy to be like, yeah, New York Times says I think it was 98% chance that Hillary wins. I remember watching the fucking the meter. New York Times. And it just went from all the way to Hillary, just boy, you would think that would be a little bit more eye-opening in terms of listening to the mainstream media, but it took me a little while longer.
They did. The only reason we know about how much they rigged the 2016 election was because the greatest journalist in modern history, Julian Assange, leaked the Podesta emails, and we saw the emails with the DNC. We got a DNC hack and a Podesta, or not hack, I think leak actually is what happened, but we got the emails of the DNC and we got the emails. So we found out that Donna Brazile was giving Hillary Clinton the questions before.
Nah, they're putting all their fucking weight behind Gavin. Gavin can win. Don't underestimate that schmarmy fuck.
We got the emails. So we found out that Donna Brazile was giving Hillary Clinton the questions before the debate. And we found out that the DNC was colluding on how to...
Probably, but she doesn't answer questions.
...smear Bernie Sanders with this group or this group when they're supposed to be a neutral organization. And so, but who knows? We never got an email dump on 2020. I'm sure they were doing all types of dirty stuff like that too. But even just what we have in broad daylight...
I can account that absolutely didn't happen. Yeah. Well, I mean, just in terms of content, I am very, very excited for 2 open primaries. We're gonna have some fun this primary season, guys.
Like they rigged the thing against him. But so one of the huge dynamics in America that's going on right now, because even Bernie Sanders, right? Bernie Sanders himself is a fraud.
But you just watched us all be like, we hate what Trump's doing. I mean, I know we're not a lot of people. But everybody here was like, yeah, Trump fucked us. But yeah, that's all of us.
Fraud, and himself is all an op. It's, look, Bernie Sanders, at least in effect.
Indeed, you are a shit talker.
Every single time was rally up a bunch of young leftists and then do his best to funnel them into the Clinton campaign or the Biden campaign.
Left?
That's literally the
drag them left? Bro, that's how y'all fucking lost in the first place.
He served. But what happens in that dynamic, this is what's happening with Trump right now, is then that huge base of people is still there for the taking. Like no one's speaking to them now, but like someone else could come along and talk to them. But also, just on your point about.
And so again, when stupid people say, mine's not part of a cooperation. What we're talking about is the people who cooperated, who now are frustrated with the outcomes of Donald Trump.
The fear of the Democrats, which we also in this moment cannot forget, because it's very easy to get sucked up with the newest thing, which is Donald Trump lying us into a disastrous war. And this war is a catastrophe already. So we have to be talking about that. But like, it is hard to overstate how much within the realm of American government, right? Like what we do, how much of an escalation in authoritarian behavior the Democrats played, not just in the DNC rigging these elections against Bernie Sanders, but in a much...
What have you been doing this entire time? I mean, projection. You literally are on a stream regularly that you don't like, that you don't appreciate, that you disagree with, and instead of actually engaging, like Box, like Razor, just, oh, you're bad, Trump bad, you did, yeah. Like a beta bitch. So yet again, this is either a woman or a fruit cake. No, you're not that important.
The Democrats played, not just in the DNC.
Become important, and then become important, and then I'll get louder.
Bernie Sanders, but in a much more profound way, the way they absolutely rigged the system against Donald Trump for both listen, obviously JFK happened in America. Richard Nixon was also framed. Like, presidents have been brought down by the deep state before, but for there to just be a CIA,
and he can definitely win,
op that is to frame the sitting president of the United States of America for the crime of treason, totally made up, fabricated, an absolute deep state. I mean, it started as Hillary Clinton opposition research, but that's not really the story. The story is that the deep state ran with that and prosecuted the leading candidate, and then the sitting president of the United States of America for 3 years. They framed him for being a Russian spy before they.
I know that, but the sassiness is very clear. I'm just saying this is not a straight man that we're talking to. That's okay, but Waco's trying to pretend that that's not the case. Just be who you are.
They had to admit they had nothing on him. And then, of course, in the 2020 election, I mean, I don't believe any of the theories with the voting machines. I've never been convinced of any of that. But the Biden laptop thing was an absolute, they stole the election. I mean, like, they literally took an issue that would have at least swung a few points to Donald Trump in a.
Hey, shout out to 50 Midge. Welcome to the party. Yeah, I don't even know enough about Watergate to even be like, hold on. I'm gonna let him cook. But welcome to the party, guys. 15 minutes left before the after party begins.
They literally took an issue that would have at least swung a few points to Donald Trump in a razor-thin election and just stole the thing from him.
We were just talking about anti-flag, right? And when I was in high school, before I knew anything about anything, before I even knew enough to watch mainstream media to get information, before I even did that, I was able to see a perspective on the establishment and the powers, the man, all that kind of stuff. And that was because of people like Anti-Flag, Rage Against the Machine, so on and so forth. People who are in music, who are fighting against the machine. And then they just became the machine. You can't make this shit up. Like I said, Nixon got elected for a reason. I don't think a lot of people think that he was a bad president overall. I think that, Watergate was just Watergate. 50 said a laptop was suppressed for 24 hours, and this is what caused Trump to lose? Correct, according to polling. Take that for what you will. Right, but we didn't know that. So that's the point. If they had shown us that, then it probably wouldn't have done anything. It's not what was on the laptop. It was hiding the laptop. Colby said a laptop cover-up isn't even talked about anymore, but Dave's right here. That would have swung a couple of points. Like I said, I'm pretty sure polls say 15%, something crazy like that.
Trump in a razor-thin election and just stole the thing from him. Put this letter out with 50 intelligence officers saying this was a Russian op again after priming the country for 3 years to believe that. And that is I don't know. I read a lot about the history of American politics, and I've lived in America my entire life, and I know we do a lot of stuff. But that really was kind of unique in scale and kind. This was like a different level of like, no, we are exerting total control. And this came right on the heels of the Obama administration, which had essentially the Obama doctrine was what really made the imperial presidency naked for the world. The Obama doctrine, the George Bush doctrine was we will kill the terrorists and all the nations who harbor the terrorists. And
the terror. War on terror.
Fine. Who are the nations who harbored what terrorists? And he could just lie and make it up. The Obama doctrine was the war is everywhere. The global war on terrorism is everywhere, and I can touch anywhere in any country anytime I want, and I don't even need to pretend to get an authorization of the use of military force from Congress. That was the Obama doctrine. Bush went to Congress for both Iraq and Afghanistan.
And so we have to understand precedents are set. We can make all the complaints about Obama, Bush, Obama, Biden, Trump doing X, Y, and Z. But let's not pretend that they're the first ones to do it. Except for Obama.
Say whatever you will about him. Obama never even bothered. And like that stuff, these are major groundbreaking precedents. They should not be, in today's world where there's so much news every single day, it's easy to forget, the bigger picture. But this is, yes, we should never, under any situation, support giving control of the three-letter agencies and the executive branch back to the Democratic establishment.
Oh, yeah? Obama didn't do anything without congressional approval? That's what we're going with? Okay.
So another point, sorry. Another point that I'll make is that in Trump's first term, you had a massive collusion between the mainstream press, New York Times, CNN, and the deep state. They became stenographers for the three-letter agencies, and that was surprising, and I think very worrying as well. Sorry. Go ahead, Sneako.
No, I want you to finish your point. I'm not trying to. This is a good back and forth.
No, that was my point. You now have this massive collusion between the deep state and the media, and this is a direct threat to American democracy.
Obviously,
right. I was going to point out on your point why I support outsiders like Dan Bilzerian. You have Brian McGinnis, the veteran who stood up and got his arm broken by the senator. You also have people like James Fishback running in Florida. I think Mamdani is doing a great job in New York City. I think it's important to not just have complete allegiance to one party. I think it's going to trap people. These isms are always subverted by different.
Drop it in the Discord or email it to me, and I'll check it out.
Different federal agencies. So it's just better to just vote in somebody who you fully believe in, but also to never trust somebody completely blindly again. Because again, I was a Trump supporter in 2016 when he was, going to drain the swamp, and when he was against the globalism and against all the super PAC money, and he completely switched up. And I agree with Dave. I'm disgusted by that. So,
well, it's interesting just that you bring that up because. It is the whole story of Donald Trump from 2016 to being here.
What? Where is this happening? We need to pay attention to that because that could be fucking hilarious.
This Iran war is a really fascinating story. And, just even as you said, if you remember the original 2016, and I think for a lot of people like around your age, Sneako, this was like a real, like the coming of age moment was the 2016 Donald Trump presidential campaign that shook up the world and changed everything. And a big, huge part of his appeal was Donald Trump's initial message. People forget all that, build the wall and all this stuff that just never happened that people just forget about. But one of his big things was, I'm not taking money from anyone. This was an incredibly popular message with the American people who had never heard this message from a presidential candidate ever. Because Bernie, presumably, yes, okay, but this was happening at the same time as Bernie. So I guess they were both saying it at the same time. But in general, even Bernie was going, I'm raising a whole, Bernie would say, most of my donations come in $37 or whatever, but he wasn't exactly saying what Donald.
I think it was 27. I'm not sure, but
Trump goes, anyone who's really going to possibly win to be president has to take all of the dirty money. And I'm not taking a cent of it because I'm a billionaire. I don't have to take any of their money. So you know what? I can come here and tell everyone whatever I want to. It doesn't matter. There was like this freedom with it. And I don't know. This is a
Okay, so I asked ChatGPT, which we know has a liberal bias, how many points is it suggested to have taken from Trump in the 2020 election based on the suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop? Isn't a single accepted verified number. Claims how many votes were taken from Donald Trump, blah, 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 blah. Frequently cited figure is 5 to 10 percentage points, so it's up by a little bit. Any other numbers here? So it's speculative, but okay, yeah, 10%. I'll go with the 10%. And that's from the Media Research Center. What are we doing here? What the hell? Oh, nope. That's not what we wanted. Okay, thought we were going to get a link, but I guess not. But, yep, you tell me, do you trust Media Research Center or not? That's what they said. That's what they said. I ain't making shit up. I was just a little bit wrong.
Everyone whatever I want to. It doesn't matter. There was like this freedom with it. And
now 50 ain't gonna say shit, right? Just silence.
I don't know. This is a real forgotten chapter in history, but I always remember this because it was the first time I took Donald Trump politically serious. Like I was like, oh, I have to treat this like this is a serious thing because he was doing really good. He was ranting and raving. He was winning in the polls, but it just was kind of like, he's a showman. So anyway, he made a comment. Someone asked him about Israel-Palestine and where he stood on that issue. And this is just Donald Trump in 2016 letting it rip. Like, I don't know, he's making it up on the spot like he always does. So Donald Trump, he does the thing Donald Trump does where, when he pauses when they ask him a question and you can tell he's thinking right.
So you don't trust the Media Research Center, or you do? Because that was the source. So you do trust or you don't? And not going to get an answer on that one either. Just saying random shit. Oh, ChatGPT, LOL. Yep. Oh, so you just don't trust anything ever. So then how do you know anything at all? You don't. Makes sense.
There, and then like he doesn't have his answer ready for this. He's going, I'll tell you this. And like almost anything could come out. And he goes, because he's Donald Trump, he goes, I think we should be.
I'll take that L. Maybe not. Okay, so any conflict at all. I just thought that there would be a little bit more of a barrier.
Neutral. We should just be neutral with Israel and Palestine. Now, as you guys know, saying America should be neutral with Israel and Palestine is like to the Israel lobby, you might as well say we should start eating Jewish babies. Like you are a monster caricature of Adolf Hitler if you would dare think that we don't have unconditional support for Israel and we're always on their side. And so the lobby totally turned on Donald Trump.
They didn't. I set it up because I didn't have mods that were saying that shit for me.
They were furious with him. And if you can remember at this time, Donald Trump was saying things like he was going, you can't vote for Rubio because he'll be a puppet of Sheldon Adelson. Like whether he knew it or not, he was publicly going, he'll be a tool of the lobby if you vote for him. And then, so in the midst of this controversy, which may have squashed Donald Trump if he had not handled it, he goes and gives a speech at AIPAC. And I remember being like, whoa, what's going to happen here? And Donald Trump goes up on stage and the first thing he says, or damn near first thing he says, is he goes, I'm going to make great deals. Nobody else makes great deals like me. And the worst deal ever made was the JCPOA, Obama's Iran deal. And they are standing ovation for him now. And I remember in that moment being like, oh, dude, not only can this guy work up the plebs, but like he can
Dick. Jesus
grapple
Christ
with the Israel lobby. Like he's a legit political threat. Like he might win. And anyway, just like that's the story of how they first got him in, was that he went, oh, I know this will be the thing I say that gets the Likudniks and the lobby off my back. This will be the thing I'll promise him. And I don't know exactly where along the line he decided to also take the Adelson money and also be everything he claimed.
Shout out to Lil Toes. Welcome to the party, guys. 4.5 minutes before we head to the after party. Make sure you get in those donos. Shout out to that. I should talk to MDG Gaming about doing a stream together. He's the broski, and you guys have similar views. Word up. Well, tell him to hit me up, and we'll make something happen. It's automatic. Well, I mean, it's not automatic. I said it.
And I don't know exactly where along the line he decided to also take the Adelson money and also be everything he claimed Marco Rubio was going to be, and also publicly tell us that he's that.
Shout out to No Name. Keeping up the reputation.
Tell us that they gave him the money and they demand this, and this is what I do. But it is crazy that from that pledge to here, that was how the whole thing initially started, and none of this happens. None of this.
All right, so was that who just said? Hold on. Who just asked me about the documentary? Okay, well, whoever did, make sure you did not have the yellow name. Remember, guys, we're changing up the membership thing. So if the Discord server is free, for everyone. So I'm going to redo it, but you got to let me know when you join so I can give you the permissions. If your name is red, that means you only have access to the one channel. So we've got to make sure that you got the others. It is absolutely free to join. Just hit the pinned link and come on through. You know, it's not just about hanging out here and giving food to the dog. It's really about building a community. This is just the front facing thing. Come and join the Discord. It is now free for everybody. We're going to have some extras for members, but in general, we're doing membership stuff here on YouTube. So in 2.5 minutes, the chat is going to members only unless we have 3 people or more in the VIP party where Box is right now, in which case the VIPs end the stream and we head over there. So make sure you sign up as a member.
The whole thing initially started, and none of this happens, none of this, if he didn't tear up the JCPOA. That was the first step to this whole conflict. Or the
shout out to Sludge, just joined us over in the Discord.
last step to this conflict. I guess there's been several.
I want to see, is there any final thoughts or anything that the guests on the panel
I mean, we can't do it now, but yeah, I'll check it out and see what's good.
would like to ask each other, or some concluding message that we could wrap this up with? Let's start with Professor Jiang.
Yeah, no,
Perfect
I mean, this
timing.
has been a great conversation. Like, I love talking
Perfect
to Dave.
timing.
You know, I think we think alike on many issues. And I think it's very important to have these conversations to show how different people of different political allegiances can align on certain political topics. And like, I have to emphasize, you know, the best thing about America, because we don't have it in Canada or China or anywhere else in the world, is the First Amendment. So whichever politician, whoever says that, you know, we have to protect the First Amendment, I think we should all support.
Well, listen, maybe if Trump could lose billions to third world retards from fraud like Tim Walz and Gavin Newsom, Democrats would love him. Nope. They don't love the fraud. They just hate Trump that much. Do you guys remember the DoorDash lady? You're in your home with a baby. A baby. And someone who's being chased with guns by the federal government walks into your home and you enter a standoff because did anybody not see that? Because I'm down to play that in the after party.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a great point, man. And like for his
I love Walmart. Shout out to Walmart.
as bad as so many things are, then you certainly don't want to downplay any of it, because we're in a dangerous spot right now as a country. But we really do still have this ability to a large extent. And even some of the censorship from just the last few years has tremendously been rolled back or made much less effective than it was. And, you know, it's just,
I'll let you know after I watch the documentary.
we still do, you know, the president can be out there trashing Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly and Alex Jones and Candace Owens and everything, but like they still have the ability to snap back at him the next.
Lone Wolf and Cub. So they don't really hate Trump. They hate you. Trump just symbolizes that. Holy fucking shit. Coming of the night. Dilly fucking dilly. All right. So, did we hit it? All right. Unfortunately, we did not hit the goal tonight. So now we switch to the after party. If you are on, if you are not a member, or if you are on Twitch, I'm keeping the Rumble stream going. So you can super chat to talk here. That will be visible by everybody. Obviously, I can't bring in the Rumble chat, but that is where you are banished to. So let's start our after party go. We just need $5, but $2 and up. And we got the same shit. Morty gets his treat, and I got push-ups to do. Make it happen. All right, so Twitch, you're done. You're done. Head over to Rumble or become a member. Peace. Boom. And here on YouTube. Fuck you. All right. We are going to members only. Just the chat. So if you're not a member, you'll still be able to watch the rest of the show. You'll just have to super chat. All right, shout out to the members. Damn, what the fuck? Y'all said a bunch of shit. Hey, starting us off again. Thank you, Jason. Very, very, very much appreciated. We know we got the sugar daddy, but other than that, Jason's been the only one. Very, very, very much appreciated. Yeah, it's going down, though. It's going down. It's going down. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. All right, so since we're almost done here, let's just finish this up.
Day on their podcast. And, like, as long as we have that, we really should focus on preserving it because we've lost so much else. And, that is really, when you lose that, as the professor says, there's really no getting it back. It's kind of an unprecedented thing that we have this enshrined as the very first amendment to the Constitution. And there's really never been anything quite like it before. And there isn't another example of it in the world today. And so the idea that you think you lose that, the odds of you getting it back are slim to none. So that is, I completely agree with that. Whoever's on the side of free speech here always is the good guy in my book. And whoever's opposing it is the bad guy, like by definition. That's the people who are, and I even
remember, guys, one more person. We got Bob and Box in the VIP party. Anybody who's in the Discord, if you join that Let Us Speak channel, that automatically ends the stream. So we can talk over there. Another reason why you should join the Discord. Yes. So I see 2 likes on that super chat. There's 9 people here, guys. It is a free show, and you are tuning into the members only after party. The least you could do is hit the like on the people opening up their wallets. Thank you again.
Opposing it is the bad guy, like by definition. That's the people who are, and I even include like the people like whining about platforming and stuff like that in there too. Like, I don't know. It's
yeah, you can hit like and then hit it again, and then it's not liked.
There's a crazy discrepancy. You could almost divide the American commentating, podcasting, streaming class or whatever into 2 distinct categories. There is one category is like, the people who will be like, Joe Rogan had Daryl Cooper on his show, and why would he do? He had Daryl Cooper, and then he had whoever, and then oh my gosh, he had this guy who was saying this horrible thing, and oh my god, he had Tucker Carlson on his show, and then Tucker Carlson talked to Nick Fuentes, and whatever. It's like, and then there's the people
guilty by association. You talk to a guy who talked to a guy who talked to a guy. All right? And that means that you're bad.
Like us, who it would never even dawn on us to have that attitude. You know what I mean? Like, it's never, like, if you just think about it from the opposite perspective, right? Like, Joe Rogan has had on, like, Douglas Murray and Ben Shapiro and all these guys who used to go on Joe Rogan's show are like, why are you having Dave Smith on? Oh my God. Joe Rogan has on so many people whose views I completely disagree with. And it just would never even dawn on me to go, why is Joe having this guy on? Like, yeah, just have him on. I don't know. Have everybody on. What's the problem?
All right, we get it. So let's see what else was on the list for today. See if there's something wow I want to get into. I didn't watch any of these yet. Okay, well let's see. Joke about Israel. Oh, what is this? He apologized? What do we got here? I have not seen this at all.
Tucker Carlson has now formally apologized for endorsing Trump, saying that he will be tormented by this and that he is sorry. He said to his brother on his show that they both must do more than simply say it was wrong. They must apologize. And I've been asked by a lot of people, what do I think about Tucker Carlson? Now, when you ask me about some of these other individuals that Donald Trump has gone after, I will defend Alex Jones despite, I think, fair criticisms and shortcomings. But I like Alex, and he's got a long storied career. Tucker Carlson, I think also, similarly, And I would say this. Let me rank
Not Candace. Definitely not Candace.
the people that Trump besmirched, as it were. First and foremost, the one I
Smashed
most
my
going to be
good
Alex
name.
Jones. Despite there being some shortcomings, some issues, I'm not going to dive into criticizing Alex or anything like that, but there's some issues. But I have the most respect for him. Followed in fact by Tucker Carlson, then Meghan, then Candace. The thing about Meghan is I'm not all that concerned about Megyn Kelly's show. Not that she cares about my opinion or anything like that. But the defense of Candace Owens, it's very weak. It's very weak. It's weird. It's not like Tucker.
Weird.
Doesn't even matter. Like
Right, what did you
actually
say?
compromising things, not very. And it doesn't even matter. Like actually, I hate the term, but
In the end, it doesn't even matter.
back up. Yeah. Like really, again, it comes back to the obligation that he has, not just to Donald Trump, to everybody else in the country, well beyond Donald Trump. Who cares? He can survive.
So looking back, because I mean, you and I and everyone else who supported him, you wrote speeches for him, I campaigned for him. I mean, we're implicated in this for sure.
Yes.
It's not enough to say, well, I changed my mind, or like, oh, this is bad, I'm out. It's like in very small ways, but in real ways, you and me and millions of people like us are the reason this is happening right now.
This doesn't seem genuine. This doesn't seem like Tucker. It doesn't seem like the guy that we've seen since he was on Fox News. I can't pin down exactly why, but this seems like it's coming from somewhere else.
Yes.
So I do think it's like a moment to wrestle with our own consciences. We'll be tormented by it for a long time. I will be. And I want to say I'm sorry for misleading people. It was not intentional. That's
Well, performative, if I do say so myself. David said, Alex Jones is a wild man. I don't watch him very often, but when he went off about Brian Stelter one time, I laughed my butt off. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. When he hits, oh, does he hit. Because I think they kidnapped Tucker and they're using AI. You never know. You never know. Something shady is going on.
I'll say. But anyway, the question does
It was not intentional. What?
present itself immediately. Like, what is this? Was this always?
Wait, what wasn't intentional?
It was not intentional. That's been. And I
Sorry
want to say I'm
for-
sorry for misleading people. It was not intentional.
I'm sorry for misleading people. Wasn't intentional. I think that's fair. Like, if I don't see anything wrong with that statement in and of itself. The message, I don't believe, is real. But with assuming that it would be, that's not a weird thing to say.
That's all I'll say. But anyway, the question does
It was not intentional. What?
present itself immediately. Like, what is this? Was this?
Like, to me, that just means he was telling us what he really thought, and he was wrong. So he didn't mean to mislead people. He told people the wrong things because he thought they were right. That's what that sentence sounds like to me. What's the funny part?
It's always the plan. You don't want to be a conspiracy nut, but like clearly there were signs of low character. We knew that.
Yes.
But it didn't. There are tons of people of low character who like outperform their character. It doesn't have to be
Sort of the norm, actually, these days. I would
right.
say.
I've outperformed my character a lot. I don't have especially high character, right? But you try to whatever you try your best. But what was this? Was this always the plan?
Looking back after the last year and a half, it seems like it kind of was. And it's easy. Well, you could get really deep about it and say, what was Butler? Like, how was it that and Ryan Ruth? I mean, he was subject to 2 legitimate assassination attempts. Have we ever gotten to the bottom? I know you've talked a lot about this, but
What does it have to do with misleading people? I feel like we're all over the place here.
have we ever gotten to the bottom
I
of
haven't
that?
talked a lot about it. I don't know the answer, but I know that those investigations have been stymied. Fact.
Yeah, stymied from the very top, from people who actually went.
So done, man. Guys, everyone's lying. Everything's fake and gay. I just see.
I hate that. It's cringe. Stop, people. Stop using fake and gay. It's so. It's so like. Hello, fellow kids. I was talking about this the other day about how people on the right, the people who were MAGA at the time of the election. Let's not even get into since then, but the people who were MAGA at the point of the election. For many of them. So again, because Waco Mind is saying bullshit about how MAGA is not about cooperation. In fact, MAGA is merely the cooperation of everybody who was not buying into the bullshit of the left at the time. And so there's as we've kind of become the counterculture, even to the counterculture, that MAGA was like, ooh, edgy and whatever, but it was still mainstream Republican Party. And so now that people are kind of moving away from that, there's a lot of people, namely lifelong Christian conservative Republicans, who've never been the counterculture. And I'm still trying to get there, but there's an aspect of wanting your ideas and your positions to be legitimized by other people. And it's like, that's not going to happen if you're the counterculture. You're going to find your crowd. That's a hungry dance. That's a hungry dance. See the neck movement? That's a hungry dance. You're not going to have everybody be like, oh yeah, now I understand. Trump was a great person to vote for, and now he's not so great, but, you got some based idea. That's not going to happen. Some of us, we're not in that category of the mainstream. Some of us, for our entire lives, have been the ones that are misunderstood. Going all the way back. All the way back. Look at any movie or no, there's 12 people here. I don't know where everybody is, but they can't chat. They can't chat. Duh. So I think so. And Dick's not even a member. So there you go. Join membership, guys. $2.99 a month. And we do this every single stream. But yeah, this notion of counterculture, you have to accept that most people are going to misunderstand. Most people are going to go along with, yeah, of course, the gays are great, and the trans this, and the fuck eyes. That's the mainstream message. And so if you're counterculture, then you have to stop expecting people to accept you as the main culture. It's just that simple.
No sincerity whatsoever in any of this. Garbled BS. Look, I'm sorry. I'm losing my temper on this one.
Do you though? Do you though? I guarantee you don't.
Tucker coming out and saying we didn't want when we got war. I get. Tucker saying I don't think this is going well. I get. Tucker coming out being like, I am tormented by this. I'm so done with these people. I'm done with every single one of them. It's all lies. It's all fake. Miriam Adelson, a principal funder of Donald Trump. And what was the reported reason why she was dumping money to Trump? She wanted the West Bank and Israel. That's what people were reporting. You didn't know this? You are lying. Now to bring it up, well, actually, now that we consider Miriam Adelson, liars. Trump hired John Bolton in his first term. Unreasonable to assume that these people did not know what they were getting behind.
And so this is similar. When I was driving for work today, I listened to last night's Timcast IRL. He was kind of saying similar things. And again, I'll take the L. I genuinely thought that as I was getting red-pilled and learning that the establishment was this, that, and the other, and that Trump, so different. I thought that was going to be a situation where he was different enough that it was worth making some concessions, cooperating. And for a long time, I was happy with that. And then, like Funkmaster said, a month after the election, it was like, what the fuck are we doing here?
Stupid.
Oh, man.
Stupid.
Anyway.
I am sick of the cowardice. Stand for what you have done. I will be tormented by this. You know what, man? I'm done playing stupid games where these people act like they're so surprised. What is it? You expect to lose the culture war and you don't be strong?
No, remember, we lost that semantic battle. MAGA is Trump. We lost. That's what that means. MAGA equals Trump. So Trump will, at some point, die. You see how we have to understand the evolution of the language. Now, if there was a concerted effort to like pretend that people who voted for Trump but had issues with Trump didn't actually have issues with Trump or something like that, we might be in a different we might be in a different situation, but we lost. MAGA equals Trump. Hey, shout out to David. That's me. Thank you. So I need to be able to choose. Yeah, right. Thank you. So very, very much. To be honest, I think that's a ploy for YouTube to get more money. Be like, all right, I'll drop some gifted memberships. Oh, did you get one? You didn't get it? All right, let me try some more. Give it a shot. Like, just drop 5. Just drop 1. See if it works. Thank you very, very much. That is 2 out of 5 and 4 out of 20. Very much appreciated, sir. Making you the new co-sponsor of the after party.
What, man? I'm done playing stupid games where these people act like they're so surprised. What is it? You expect to lose the culture war and you don't be strung up by Democrats when they win? Is that why you're now cowering and apologizing? It's pathetic. Y'all knew exactly what you were getting behind. I know you did because
I didn't. But again, that's my fault.
Because we all did. And while you may be upset with Trump over many things he's done, which I and many of us have continually pointed out, we all recognized it was better to have Trump and the Republicans than whatever it is Democrats were trying to do. This is not real. This is fake.
That's where you turn to NEDA and NEEDA to be the old days. Remember when Twitter had a cutoff? Your guy's favorite fucking social media, right?
Candace Owens just saying whatever she needs to say to get clicks. Tucker now saying I will be tormented by this, and I apologize for misleading people.
Oh yeah, I'm piggybacking off of somebody else's idea. I don't remember exactly who it was. I think it was somebody who was on IRL last night. But the level of transparency that I do not feel with that type of statement. It seems like Tucker kind of sees that people are spying on Trump. And so he's trying to get out ahead and be like, hey, I'm the guy that, I'm in a lifelong Republican, but Trump is the that, whatever, message is. So come and listen to me. Because I know that I was wrong. Well, everybody else is still supporting the Republican Party and Donald Trump. I'm the good one.
Okay. Remember when Tucker worked for Fox News and we got a bunch of these stories about what Tucker was saying behind the scenes versus what he was saying publicly? And the media smeared and lied about him. And Tucker had been skeptical on the 2020 fraud claims for some time, saying that he reached out to Sidney Powell about wanting evidence for this election fraud stuff and wasn't getting it. I insisted the whole time that the fraud narrative was not correct. They went after Tucker Carlson, pointing out that he entertained some of these conspiracy theories. Well, some of the legitimacy questions were fine to ask. Signature verification and mismatch, things like that. But
is this the voting machine thing? Is that what are we talking about here? All right, I think we get the point there. What is this? Technical merch is a surprise hit with liberals. Like I said, I did hear someone else talking about this, but didn't say specifically. Tucker Carlson's merch is a surprise hit with liberals. Let's see what he says.
You get booted. Not like he needs the money or anything like that. And so what do? Eventually you go back to the machine and say, listen, I'm tired. Just give me the $50 million.
I highly doubt that he's going to run, but that would make sense. I don't think he's going to, but it would make sense.
And let me be comfortable. I'm tired.
Right, you going to read this article? What are we doing?
He said, it is. Discourse blog says, Tucker.
Why did you bring that up if you weren't going to read it? All right, and just yapping. So yeah, I mean that is definitely something to pay attention to. You know what I mean? Because don't forget, you can still trigger the VIP party by just joining the voice channel. All right, we got some random stuff. It is time for some awesome tickety talks. I don't even remember what these are. So let's see what we got.
So in Italy,
What do we got? What do we got?
we have a Nigerian migrant who was just arrested for grilling a cat at a children's playground. In France, we have an Afghan refugee who was just arrested over a series of brutal rapes of sheep and goats.
Oh!
The sheep and goats were found with their legs tied and suffering injuries. And in England, a Palestinian refugee was arrested for attempting to rape a 14-year-old girl. And when asked why he did it, he said that according to Sharia law, raping a non-Muslim girl is legal. I only follow Allah and Sharia law.
Yeah, but we don't need to worry. We don't need to worry about Muslims, right? So I put this in my thing. That's another thing for, you can do threads in different channels. So we have the free chat channel. You can add a thread after that. So whenever I'm in the process of like throwing a lot of links so that I have them for the stream, I put them in a thread. So if you look in Letch's links, that one I posted at 1:25 p.m. So yes, very recent.
You know what this behavior is? Third world Islam. And now we have Spain and Italy opening their borders and granting legal status to 500,000 more of these migrants from countries that have a culture that do things like this.
Yep.
They're giving up their countries to barbaric savages. That's what
And we're next.
this is. There's nothing humane, there's nothing kind, there's nothing virtuous about this. This has been led by leftist governments, leftist ideologies, leftist political parties, open borders, suicidal empathy.
Okay, yeah, 2 days ago. Posted 2 days ago.
America needs to pay close attention to what's happening in Europe and to learn from it. Women, I am talking to you, sacrificing your safety, your child's safety, and future generations' safety, so that a vulnerable community, or whatever you deem to be a vulnerable community can feel comfortable, can feel welcome. It's not kind. It's not doing what you think it's doing.
And let's contrast that while we're here really quick with fuck. It should be in my history somewhere. Why isn't it? It came up before. This one.
Dude, I'm gonna have a fucking heart attack. This is the lady's license plate. They already took someone out of her car. I called the police. The police are on their way. I asked for a warrant. I just fucking ordered some fucking food and then some lady ran to my house.
The DoorDash lady ran in her house.
Who was an illegal immigrant who was actively being chased by ICE, ran into her house where she is there with her 1-year-old baby, and she has 3 other children.
This dude just has his hand on his gun, just fucking chilling.
I don't want them to come in my house.
The police on the phone. You have a child in there. But I care more about the current thing. This is what we care about now, right? Than my own fucking
It's not righteous.
child.
It's appeasing your own virtue and giving you a quick emotional fix, a quick emotional win, so that you can trick yourself into saying that you're doing a good thing. It's not a good thing. A good thing would
Yep. All right, so what do we got here? Moving on, we've got anti-Trump protesters repeat chants off a script. If you weren't positive that these are paid protesters, AstroTurf to fuck.
Who is the emergency? Trump is the emergency. Who is the emergency? Trump is the emergency.
So you can see they're literally they're being told what to say. She has a list of chants that they're going through right now.
Like kindergartners.
And nobody is elaborating on why they're saying what they're saying. Nobody's elaborating on the chants.
And so that explains exactly why, when these man on the street videos come out, none of them have any fucking clue what it is they're doing there. Because they're just paid to be there, and then they're told a chant. That's it. This is not organic. This is not the people. This is them people. Meaning the 200 people who decided to go there. That's it.
The organizer actually told the protesters not to talk to us and not to elaborate at all. Why can't people engage with me?
Ask you not to engage.
And yeah, hold on. Let's bring that back a second. I really wish that fucking thing worked like it used to.
Engage with me.
Ask you not to engage.
Wait, hold on. So yeah, they have captions here.
So right now,
we're asking you not to engage. Just whatever you have to say is not important. That's not what we're doing here. Okay? We're here for my purpose, for you to say my words.
Telling everybody not to talk to me. How is Trump an emergency?
Go fuck yourself.
Why? I'm just asking questions.
New chant.
New chant time. New chant.
Protect our troops.
She's speaking into the mic. She's speaking into the microphone.
Invoke the 25th.
Protect our troops. Invoke the 25th.
Protect our troops.
Mindless chanting.
Invoke the 25th. Protect our troops. Invoke the 25th.
Why do you want to impeach President Trump?
Impeach, convict, remove.
Why?
Because that's what they told me to say.
Impeach, convict, remove.
So they're repeating this like it's like something they had to memorize.
Oh yeah, it's rise and resist. I'm pretty sure I saved the oh, where did I put it? Oh, come on. Did I lose my thing here? Boom. So if you would like to sign up to their Zoom meetings so that you can know where to go, when to be, then rise and resist. riseandresist.com
from school,
or excuse me, .org, and they will pay you. They have a whole schedule. I think it's Thursdays. They stand outside Trump Tower, and then you'll see it's like 12 to 1. So that's, I think, what's going on here.
Cool.
I'm going to start down here and work my way. At the end of each, it's impeach. Thank you. Impeach.
Have to be nice, right? Common courtesy.
So yeah, they don't say it there, but like, I mean, that's what it is. That's what it is. Oh, you guys are gonna like this one. So remember when everybody was so afraid and terrified about ICE?
With ICE at the airport.
ICE at the airport. That was the worst thing ever, right? Let's take a look. What's really going on here?
With ICE at the airports now helping TSA, we're seeing a very different story than what the media is telling you, which is that people are very receptive to this. They really like having ICE here, helping them, giving them water, giving them directions, holding their places in line if they need to use the restroom. So it's a very different story of what we're hearing and seeing so much online. A lot of people are very receptive to this. You can see they're accepting their water bottles, they're thanking them. There's a very friendly tone here from both the ICE officers and the passengers, the travelers here that are waiting in line for hours.
Oh, thank you.
Well, our girl, Billie Eilish.
So, ICE in airports, worst thing ever. Psych! People seem to be enjoying it. Let's move on. What have we got? Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, fuck yes. So you guys may have seen clips of this from, what the fuck? In Canada, they were doing some type of liberal meeting and whatever. And way back when, there was a video from like the Socialist Party in America. They're like, point of privilege. Don't clap because censor issues, stuff like that. Round 2, baby. Round 2.
Right now, there's discussions of 10,000 American men and women being sent to Iran, being deployed. Canada cannot and will not be part of the legacy. This is a no question debate. I call this question, Madam and chairs. Thank you.
I'll again thank delegates not to call me Madam Chair or Madame la Présidente. I'm a non-binary person. My pronouns are they, them, and their. Chair is sufficient.
She had to pause it. She had to pause it.
Oh, even they can't abide by their own ridiculous rules.
And with regret, you've spoken to the resolution. It's not open to you to also call the question. If the question is the will of the House, someone else must call it because we heard from you in substantive debate.
Okay, I was not aware. I was
weird rule.
Oh, that's the weird rule.
There's
I like
a
her
point.
laugh.
Let's hear the point on microphone 1.
I'm sorry, just real quick, point of personal privilege. I understand there's very little time and for delegates to speak, but early on the mic,
These are real people. These are real Canadians. You forgot the G. Oh, no, you didn't. What is it? Murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, questioning queer. What's the A? Asexual. What's the I? Is there an I? Yeah, there is an I. What is the A? You're watching it happen, brother. You're watching it happen. You can think this is fake. You can think this is fake. But these are real people.
it's hard as a racialized and delegate to sometimes use this card and speak up, speak to somebody in front of me in line and ask, hey, this pertains to multiple intersecting parts of my lived experience. I'd like to speak. I was rejected when I talked. And it's frustrating when these are my rights being directly under attack right now in Alberta, and that a cisgender woman had spoken over me. And I understand her rights are important too. This pertains to her too, but I don't know. I hope that in the future, the federal NDP will also have a broader interpretation of the equity cards for speaking.
What, more people like this? Definitely Canada. Definitely Canada. This is why the culture war fucking matters. People don't care about the specifics of war. They should, but they don't. They do care about the specifics of, am I allowed to wave my dick in front of children on June? This is how you get people to understand that there's silly little bullshit that they care about in their lives is directly connected to all the other political things. So, I mean, I would hope that's Canada. I don't really know off the top of my head the population. But per capita, Canada, for sure.
Speakers. That's all. Thank you.
I will invite delegates to assist me in better using the card by forming a straight line behind the microphone with a prominent.
That's why I felt the need to share this. That's why I felt the need to share this. Not because it's just that ridiculous, but even when they're trying to do real shit, they're trying to be serious, their identity and sex is always on their minds. Did you miss it? Listen again.
Of the equity cards for speakers.
Listen to the chair, them talk.
That's all. Thank you.
I will invite delegates to assist me in better using the card by forming a straight line.
Why is that a weird thing to say? If you're not thinking about sex, then why is a straight line a weird thing to say?
Behind the microphone with a prominently displayed equity card. If I see speakers ahead of you who are not holding a card prominently, it would be wrong of me to guess about their gender identity, and I will come to you. This applies so far, according to your rules, for gender identities other than a dude, but it is open to us to change our rules as we like as we move forward into the bright and golden future. Let's have some order. We'll hear from the delegate on microphone 1, please.
I did want to bring attention to the fact that a fellow delegate is holding the gender parity cards.
Let's take the microphone to that delegate. We'll hear from them right now.
You're a white man, a straight, white, cis man. You go last. What you want doesn't matter.
Thank you, George.
Oh!
She, her.
My pronouns are she, her, elle, and en français. It's gonna be really hard to follow Rob Ashton. Amazing speaker. We are a working class party. I think most of us in this room are behind that, and while we can debate on the specific words and who is and isn't included.
Yeah, it's the working class that has the privilege to worry about their gender identity.
I think our Constitution needs to recognize that, and I also recognize there is. I'm sorry, I'm speaking way too fast. Let me slow down for the closed captioning. I'm so sorry. I get excited.
I refuse to believe this is real. This has to be just a long-running experiment to see how much people will allow.
I have to.
Nope. It's real. It's
Have y'all seen this video?
Sliding over to the current state. The current state of husbands. It's a little bit sad, but I think you'll appreciate it.
This video got 10 million views and 1 million likes, and the only thing is happening is this dude eating Taco Bell in his car. It says, "Please don't tell my wife, I just want some regular food." Now me, looking at this video, I was confused.
Order requires discrimination.
But that's bad. Discrimination's bad. We don't like that.
Because why would they tell your wife about you eating some Taco Bell? Is she a vegan? What's going on? Well, I went to the page and did some research.
Y'all ain't ready for this. Y'all ain't ready for this. This man needs help.
And I'm about to present it to you right now because I'm so happy he got a chance to eat that Taco Bell. Let's get into the meals his wife was cooking. When it's my husband's payday, so I surprise him with the best meal he ever had. She got some chicken she putting her fingers in. She's crumpling through. It looks like she put some spray on her face right over the chicken. Right over the chicken. That's diabolical, but her face looking snatched. You can see she putting the outside of the package on the rice. And what is this? Is this cooked? Is this the gravy to go on top of the rice? Oh. What is that? That's
guacamole and some gravy.
And he
looks like a hostage.
How is it good?
I mean, it's a decent amount of food.
Why are you hesitating like that?
He knows.
Oh,
he
God,
knows.
y'all.
This ain't his first rodeo.
Now, what if I was to tell you that was the best meal I had found in my research? And I started it off with that meal just so y'all can get eased into what we're about to be involved in. So
it gets worse. It gets worse.
Let's get it started. So this one right here is when my Mexican husband comes back from work and I surprise him with a feast. She put some mashed potatoes.
That was instant mashed potatoes. This is a boiling chicken.
On the plate, she smashes the plate, and then that looks like sausages. And
very burnt sausage.
And another type of sausage. She put the chicken she boiled on top of the sausages and then broke them apart, right?
What, looks good to you?
She got some hash browns right next to the chicken and mashed potatoes with some rolls and some sausage. Why, she must love that. Whatever that
is. He? She don't care.
Yeah, she love that. What is that? Why is there black in the middle of it? It looks like it's not fully cooked. And then you putting cheese on top of all of it? Oh my boy.
Whoa.
You like it? It's good.
He's like, yeah. Yep, it's good, babe. It's good. Like, what the
and
fuck
he's chomping it down too. He doing his best. Let's look at meal number 3, and we're gonna see which one y'all think is worse. Is the first meal, the second meal, or the third meal? Because that's
all instant shit. All instant shit. Like, this ain't even cooking. This is microwaving and presenting.
Second meal is hard to beat. That second meal is hard to beat.
Morty will eat anything.
This one right here, she got some rice. Why is she looking like that? You can tell she looking at somebody while she was making it. She was like, "Why are you looking at me like that? What you mean? What is this?" She got the chili on top of the rice. Oh, okay. What I do like, this is the first one she posted, so you can tell this is when she started, right? She did not start off by ramming the package inside of, but she is gonna make makeup right. She is gonna do her makeup right over food though.
Yeah, again.
The sausages. Oh, wait, what is that?
Why are they black?
Not a baby. You see the baby looking? The baby looking like, "Mama, what is that? What is that?" Oh, I don't know. Is it the second meal or the third meal? Which one do y'all think is the one y'all would want to eat? Because he has to eat all
None
of
them.
He chomping it down.
None of them. If I had to pick, I think I would take the first one, just because that chicken looked all right. But god damn.
You like the sauce?
Shout out to Red Wine, who joined the Discord and now has full. Oh, Wrong one. Now has full permissions. Remember, if anybody joins that the voice channel, the stream ends and the VIP party automatically begins.
So after watching all that, I can see why 1 million plus, 10 million plus people are so happy to see this man eating a little bit of Taco Bell at his job. But do you know what's the craziest thing about this happening? You remember how he said, please don't tell my wife? They told his wife. And she started to make this man tacos every single day.
Well, that's a wholesome fucking story. That's a wholesome fucking story. You are honestly gonna tell me that you would choose to click on that video? You enjoyed it, but you ain't gonna click on a video like that. Come on.
To get my boyfriend a birthday present.
Okay. So, I'm trying to think. If this was during the normal show, I'd just put up a poll, but I want to know how many people agree. Usually, I get a decent amount of stand-up comedy on my For You page, but whenever it's a woman, I usually just swipe on because I've tried. I was like, okay, come on. It's got to be like just a sexist thing that women aren't fun. Women are very often not funny. This woman isn't particularly funny, but that's not super relevant to the video. So I want to know if you guys would like this present.
Is anyone here straight? To get my boyfriend a birthday present.
Clearly somewhere very gay.
Is anyone here straight?
Not podcasts, but yeah, I mean, I often get 10+ minute videos, and they're super informative. They could be, I mean, it's the same type of videos that you see on YouTube, but you just get a much wider perspective of what's out there because the algorithm can feed you something. And if you don't like it, you just swipe on by. Hey, there's Seth. Funny women are violent. I believe it. I believe it. No. I mean, the max is actually I don't know what the max is because the max you can record is 10 minutes, but I've seen 20-minute videos on there. But you get a lot of the trade-off. The trade-off is that you get a lot more clips from podcasts that you probably otherwise wouldn't see, and then you can go to YouTube and see the full thing. It's just so much better. All right. Would you, if you were her boyfriend, would you like this present?
Any straight guys? Okay. What do you want for a present?
There's only one surefire thing you can get
Whoa.
for a birthday.
Surefire thing. I've been telling you. I've been telling you. Give it 3 days on TikTok, and that shit will know you better than you know yourself.
Man,
he's ready.
The right guy.
I got a surefire answer.
It's a sword.
A sword.
The amount of confidence you had. That was like someone who came up to the Olympics about to be like and,
would you like a sword?
and then said sword? You had that much certainty that my boyfriend. I'm like a hot girl. My boyfriend's probably hot too.
You're cute.
You think for sure sword. You think as a woman I should get my boyfriend a weapon for his birthday. Okay, straight men only, clap if you would like to receive a sword as a present.
So, ladies, if you're wondering, get the man a sword. All right, we got a few more here. This one is poor people are assholes. I wasn't joking. Poor people. Excuse me. Poor people are the real assholes. Let's see. Guys, don't forget about Morty and the goal.
You know, when I was poor.
And again, guys, if you're not a member and you're watching, feel free to super chat to join the conversation or just sign up as a member, $2.99 a month. That's it. We do this every single stream, every Monday, Wednesday, Friday after the 8 p.m. Eastern stream.
and I don't mean poor like financially, I mean poor mentally. I used to think that rich people were the biggest fucking assholes. I would always think like, oh, they're just trying to sell me something. They're just, trying to take my money, like whatever it was, right? But now I get why no one really wants to help the poor person. Right?
And before we move on, again, I just want to highlight, notice how this isn't well produced. This is just some guy. How often do you get just some guy on YouTube Shorts?
Right? No one, because they bring their limiting beliefs to every conversation, to every single interaction, and they just project it out because.
Never heard of her. Christine Mariani? I'll look that up while we're watching this guy.
Because they're really just so unhappy with themselves. So they'll see other people winning and be like, oh, I know more than this person. I'm smarter than them. I'm doing more, even though you're really not. And they'll hate that that other people have success, but they don't. And it's like, poor people just bring that energy with them, and then they wonder why no one wants to help them. It's like, dude, and this was me for a while, by the way, but you have to realize, like, dude, you are literally creating this yourself. You have to actually fix the way you think, your mental process. Because if you go into a situation, even if you pay someone, right, you give them money to help you, maybe to make more money, and you just bring all that negativity, and it's like, dude, no shit, they don't want to help you, bro. like I wouldn't have wanted to help me 5 years ago. Like, no shot.
Yup. So let's see. Unfortunately, we have to dive into YouTube Shorts, but I will do it for you. Luckily for me, I have a plugin that makes it a regular video, so we can speed it up. Is this on Kill Tony?
I learned that racism is passed down generationally, so it's internalized, which makes sense. I was walking home, it was late at night, and this black guy walks towards me, and instinctively, I grab my purse, even though logically, I know he's not for sale.
Nice. You fucking cute. I'm about them glasses.
He did steal my wallet, though. Thank you, guys. I understand.
All right, we'll try one more. She Why is this bugging out so fucking hard? Oh, because it's trying to turn all these into regular videos. All right. Oh my god.
Did you hear about the chocolate CD player? Sounds pretty sweet.
They say your reaction times are slower when you drive drunk, but I hit those kids just fine.
All right. Well, she's funny.
Quick message to a lot of y'all females that I know is probably going to trigger you, but you need to hear it. A lot of you guys go about trying to get a guy completely wrong.
I did not pull this up. This was just up next.
Like, bro, I just got out of the gym and I see this girl, like, clearly just trying to, like, show off her body. Bro, I was, like, warming up and she's, like, with her friend or whatever. Dude, I shit you not. She, like, sits.
Yeah, they sexualize themselves. We know.
Yo.
The Netherlands is fucked.
Oh, did you just hear what happened in the Netherlands? Did you hear what just happened in the Netherlands? If you didn't, watch this, and I'll be right back.
And again, so not only do we have just a normal guy, but he inserts another normal guy.
This is
the Netherlands to legalize male-to-male embryos to produce children.
An emergency SOS call from the Netherlands. All hope is lost. Please save us. I'm calling on the international community to do something about the extreme disease that is in charge of the Netherlands. Just tonight, our parliament discussed a new law that will allow two men to donate DNA material to create a joint embryo out of two men, meaning a child born of two men. And will also allow a single person to mate with themselves to produce a self-fertilized egg. and then create a child with only one biological parent.
So you can you can ensure that your baby is fucked up. Gets worse. Gets worse.
This comes after the Netherlands legalized gay marriage, after we had the first gay prime minister, after we invented the Dutch protocol, which is an unscientific, unproven way of castrating a man and then giving him a fake vagina with tissue from out of his ass. I'm not kidding about that. We're allowing euthanasia of children from ages 12 and up. And
oh, I forgot about this part. If you weren't listening, all that other shit. That's bad, right? But check this out. I'm going to back it up a second. We haven't heard it yet.
We're allowing euthanasia of children from ages 12 and up.
So 12 and up, you can be mated.
And 16 and 17-year-olds can have themselves euthanized.
16 years old and you don't need a parent to end yourself.
Without their parental consent. We are also allowing under the groaning and
Haram!
protocol, the euthanasia of children up to 1 year old.
The euthanasia of children up to 1 year old.
If you don't like your child, you can get rid of it after it's been born.
This is where liberalism leads. Up to 1 year. A year. You're just like, psych!
Of course, we have abortion up to birth, right? We had the world's first pedophile party.
There was a time when I wanted to go visit and potentially live in the Netherlands because their music, their music scene is amazing. I told a tattoo artist who was from the Netherlands, and he laughed in my face, and I didn't get it. Now I do. Wouldn't that just be cloning? Yeah, essentially. No, because it's not cloning. Based on what I don't know the specifics of it, but based on what they're saying, you are getting a new genome, not a new DNA, but you are getting a new genome. So I'd say cloning is not incest. It's still fucking weird as shit, but I think there has to be someone else involved for it to be incest. Otherwise, jerking off would be the same thing.
Taking part in our elections. My God, I can't do this anymore.
And so, again, I will ask you, would you have clicked on this video?
I wasn't born to grow up in this Sodom and Gomorrah of the world. I am of the opinion that this country needs to be vaporized. And I hereby call upon President Donald Trump, on President Putin of Russia, and the Ayatollah of Iran to point your
He's gone.
Nuclear rockets at this country and blast it to shits. Away with this. This cannot heal without first bombing it to the ground.
I mean, I'm not calling for that. I'm just showing you what he's saying, to be clear.
Sheesh. Did you hear that shit?
Oh, I heard it.
You see, this is that demonic shit I be talking about. And this is what be really, truly pissing me off and making me want to go on a real deal rant.
And so now you're going to get into some Christian shit. That ain't my shit, but, you know.
Around this motherfucker, because it's almost like Christianity, like Christians are like scared to fucking fight. It's like y'all so busy, like ready to quote scriptures, but ain't nobody ready to swing the sword. Let me repeat that. Y'all so busy quoting scriptures, but ain't nobody ready to swing the sword.
I'll let y'all handle that on your own. So let's end on a wholesome note. A wholesome note. Because we got Invincible and The Boys coming out, or came out today. I gotta catch up. It's the finale of Invincible. Oh shit, I am hyped. What do I do? Full screen this and hit that. And so we got the 10-second challenge. Stop the time on 10 seconds to win a free haircut. Every try after the first is $5. So you press the button, timer goes, this guy's blind. Oh, the jam! I forgot this had music! I gotta do that for the copyright. It's a nice little wholesome thing. Blind dude, he's got, you know, an internal clock, probably better than most of us. Wholesome thing, right? And then religion's got to ruin it.
Oh my God!
Hey,
oh my God!
Hold on.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my Lord! Oh my God!
Listen,
Oh my
I want to tell
Oh
you people,
my God!
I just told Santos that David was going to top that 10 because of the Lord.
I just told them that this guy was going to do that because of the Lord. The Lord did this. My blind man can't count to 10, but the Lord, Jesus, gave us a miracle.
And we are here as a testimony right now in front of each and every one of you what God has shown you. God bless God. God is all.
What about David? What about David? Seems like he had something to do with that.
Almighty. Tell him, David. Did I?
No, that's not what I wanted. And everybody, can we zoom in? Sir, sit down. This is his moment. That man took away his achievement and gave it to God. Wow, glory to God. There's always one person. David did it because of David. Now I had to stand up and ruin the moment like that. Sir, sit down and let David have his moment. Fucking religion. Trying to take responsibility and credit for every damn thing. How many do I have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, there's a bunch, so we'll save them. We'll save them. All right. Well, I can't wait on this one. So sign up, do all this stuff. This is where we are headed. What a fire ass beat. What a fire fucking beat. Anyway, well, I don't want to say anything. I don't know how far you are, but it's fucking good. And this season it started a little bit slow, but you could tell that they were building up to something. So enjoy. So this guy has a whole page of hiring different impersonators to just come over, like not for a party, just like this. This one is Jesse Pinkman.
Yo, what up, bitch?
Yo.
Yo. Hey, hello. This is my own private domicile, and I will not be harassed.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
That was good.
Yeah. Yo. What's up?
What's up?
Bitch.
I love when he says that.
Yes. Magnets, bitch. Yes. Bro. Yeah.
Sorry about Andrea and Brock and Jane and all that.
Oh, yeah. I don't like to, think about it much.
It's a real bummer. That was cool when he met Kim Wexler in Better Call Saul.
Department in Better Call Saul.
Do you see Hoppers? Hoppers. Yes. It was awesome.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, bitch.
Dude, it's so cute.
Yeah, cute little bitch or whatever. What do I say? It's like an endearing.
What do you think of this?
Oh, shit.
Oh my god.
Yeah. What are you up to tonight?
Mario Kart.
Hey, what's true?
Oh my goodness. Shout the fuck out to TikTok. Endless. Oh wait, I saw this one. We gotta see this one. Same guy hiring a motivational speaker.
Vincent?
Chase over?
Yes.
Not today.
I guess just like what you would do for a group or like a big crowd. Just
Okay. What is financial freedom?
It's like when you don't have to worry about money.
That's exactly right. How did I get to this position now? Okay. I used to be a line cook. All right. I have talked to dignitaries, royalty. I've spoken to ambassadors from just about every nation you can think of. How do you make your off time work?
Yeah, like I'm not working hard. I'm just saying, I think things could be better.
Okay.
Emotionally too.
He's like, bro, what am I doing here?
Okay.
What else do you got going this week?
This is the main work thing I've got going on. There's a ceiling here, and like I'm the same way. You know, like I'm doing okay, Morgan Housel, and I'm looking at Tony Robbins, and I'm
David Goggins,
a legend, you know, and
It always ends like this. It always turns into just like a normal conversation. And again, maybe that's not your flavor of comedy, but that's the beauty of TikTok, is that that's my flavor of comedy. So I heard about Taskmaster. I heard about Taskmaster, and people were saying that like it's beloved and all this stuff, free on YouTube. I'm like, bet I'll check it out. And so I just watched an episode, and then I realized, oh, okay, there's like, I don't know if it's seasons or whatever, but you got to start at like where all the people start. And I mean, it's fun. Like if we were back in the cable days and it was on TV and there was nothing else on, I would watch it. But I mean, it's very British humor, and I'm very American. Like, I'll take the U.S. office over the U.K. office any goddamn day of the week. And so, I mean, a good idea, good show, good structure, but just not personally for me. That's the thing I'm supposed to know, right? That's the thing, right? That's the thing. All right, guys. Well, no push-ups for me. Shout out to Jason, Funkmaster, Jason again, and David, of course, our sponsor of the stream, as always, the Funk Master General. Thank you. Thank you so very, very much. What? That's essentially not watching The Office. Because season 1 of the U.S. Office, the U.S. version of The Office, is just trying to literally remake the episodes from the UK. And like, it's not bad, but it's very clearly trying to be something else. Because it's trying to be something else. And so throughout season 2, it gets it takes on. You remember back in the day, we would allow shows to build and find their legs. It was 6 episodes. It's 3 hours worth of content. And you're like, oh, I know exactly. Just dive in, and especially if you like Parks and Rec, compare episode 1 of Parks and Rec to any episode in season 3. Completely different shows. But yeah, I don't really love that the British style of humor. My dad loves it, but he'd be watching some shit from England, because my parents lived there for a while. But he'd be watching some shit, be like, what is this? And that's season 1 of The Office, or the UK Office. And then they're like, oh, okay, that's the British thing. Let's do our own thing. And then it gets good. Ugh. All right, guys. Thank you so very, very much. I do appreciate you. Little like tonight, that is okay. I know you guys could be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with me and the Overlord again. We've switched up the membership stuff, so we're gonna do this members only after party after every single Monday, Wednesday, Friday stream. Again, if you're a member, you can boot us off by hitting into the VIP party, which is the voice channel in Discord. But I see only 2 people over there, and so we need 3. And you are very, very welcome, sir. Thank you so much for hanging out, guys. I really do appreciate it. Until next time, once again, that is Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Okay, I thought you were gonna say don't listen to like the season 1, but exactly. Don't bother with the first season. It's fucked. But go back and watch it. Guys, thank you so very, very much. Until next time, we are... Oh, wait, I was supposed to do that after. Once again, that is Morty. I I have been your host, Lutch, and this is why I love TikTok so much, because you guys suck. You guys fucking suck with your bullshit. Your bullshit. Your bullshit. So I'm gonna go talk about Invincible and the Boys on TikTok to the people who actually care. All right, guys. Thank you once again. Morty the Overlord, your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here.